What? Say cheese, everyone. Don't never become AI. I'll do my best. It is crazy how blurry that shit is. Did you gain an hour of sleep? Wait, did we roll the clocks back? Wait, was it daylight savings time? Really? The big dark. Oh my god, it's gonna get dark at 4 p.m. No way, I thought so. I saw the clock somewhere and then I went home and it was like, not that. It's daylight savings time, pal. Get ready. That's so sad, but also good. I don't know. Last night was the rollback. Fucking hell. The great rollback of 2025. The great reset. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Suck I'm a nutsack manoof out. You got it. What are we gonna do with all the daylights we're gonna save? I don't know. I feel like the government's hoarding all of the daylight. We have to storm the Capitol. Get it back. Wart. Ugh. It's Jover. It's absolutely Jover. My best friend has to work an extra hour overnight at the hospital. I remember those nights. Those were the worst. You're about to get off of work and they're like, nope. We're going backwards. We're going back to a more nostalgic time. You're replaying Halo. That's sick. What is it, the one on Unreal 5 or is it the old one? Which Halo? Also, looks like YouTube still has it where the names are not your usernames, which is not cool. And Lorian, what's up? What is good? I guess I'll just have to call you guys your legal internet names. I feel like in the winter I especially want it to be lighter. Real times. I know, you know. And I remember didn't they vote on something to like get rid of daylight savings time, but I feel like it doesn't go into effect till like probably 2050, where you weren't gonna go live tonight. I was actually gonna go live earlier, but then I realized my dryer was still going. You know how that goes. You bought a sun lamp? Yeah, so what is it? Just like shoot off UV rays or some shit? Some places don't do it anymore. What's up, Pats? The full left coast is ready. Washington or Oregon, California. Wait, you guys aren't doing it? So wait, are you guys gonna be just like 2 hours behind us now instead of 3? Customers are hearing me right now. Hello, shoppers. Please pull your pants down. Take a shit. It's good to see you guys too. Give me that vitamin D, baby. Didn't experience daylight savings in the East Coast? Yeah, we did. It was... Maybe that's why it seemed like... Maybe it should be even later right now. I just got them fired, yeah. Oh, you were lying. Damn it. Damn it! What's up, Katie? Oh, Roki's here. What's up, Roki? How did I miss that? Sorry, I keep disappearing. How's everyone doing? What's going on lately? Honestly, nothing much. I played a little bit of Ark Raiders. Have you guys tried Ark Raiders yet? I will say the core gameplay is pretty solid in and of itself, but whatever the fuck a looter, what the hell do they call it? What the fuck is it called? It's like a looter. It's not a looter shooter per se, but it's where you have to. I'm so dumb. What is it called? Extraction shooter. Yeah, Jesus Christ. My brain is so bad during stream. I just forget everything. But anyways, it's a gooner shooter. Yeah, and like, yeah, you go in, and you and a team of like 3. Which what the fuck happened to like having teams of 4? Every game used to be like teams of 4, and now I don't know. They went down to 3 for some reason. I have no idea. But yeah, so you go in, you're coming up from the underground to collect resources, and literally all you do is wander around this like retro futuristic, like sort of post-apocalyptic map, and then collect loot, right? Which you have like finite areas, and then if you run into like other Ark Raiders or whatever, you either shoot them or you can communicate with them to whatever. And then as you do that, you accrue resources, which allows you to like build better equipment before you go into your drops on the next run, and then you try to extract it at the end and not get killed. But it's just like, I don't know, that concept, like, dude, I already didn't like battle royales like Fortnite and, you know, all those types of games, but at least they have the ability that maybe you'll be able to like find randomly through RNG chests some good item that can assist you in like a fight. But now it's like the likelihood of you finding some good shit is just like super, super low. And you have to like think about the long term about bringing it back and like building it. And it's just one of the most like grindy fucking games concepts I could ever imagine in my life. Now granted, I guess this one's better than some of the other extraction shooters, Tarkov and whatnot. But I don't know. I don't know if it has like the longevity in my heart. I just want to play a fucking game. Probably end up getting Battlefield at some point. This is how I sound explaining a game to my mom. Yeah, probably. Like, that's nice, dear. Have you played any of the Red Dead Redemption games? Yeah, dude. I mean, they're amazing. And it's kind of funny, I mean, like, the level of... It kind of feels like you're wandering around a Red Dead Redemption style map. But, you know... But the combat, I don't know, I fucking hate games. I hate games with down states. Like, you get a kill, and then they just go right to their knees. And then they can be, like, brought back up, and... I don't know. There's some intense moments, but there's something about, like, characters going through the animation that they go down to their knees that's just... I literally would rather them just go down in a ragdoll or something, and then have somebody be able to go, like, just revive you with an adrenaline shot or some shit, you know what I mean? But I also was playing a lot of Mega Bonk. Have you tried Mega Bonk? That game is okay, but it's a ton of, like, RNG bullshit. And so it gets a little annoying after a while, trying to, like, unlock anything, because it's pretty bare bones. And then, what's the other? There's another game that came out called, like, Ball X Pit. And it's pretty fun. But it's also one of those things too, like that mix of what are they called? Roguelikes, where you go in, the difficulty's really hard, you get RNG like power-ups, and then you hope to go in on your next run and do better, which is, I would say it's probably more fun than Megabonk overall, and definitely feels like it's a lot more polished and has more to it. But I don't know. I just haven't been... I feel like we're definitely getting back to an age of games where they're not, post-COVID bullshit. But at the same time, I'm just a hater. I'm just kind of born to hate. Did I eat my greens today? I did have some greens in my burrito. What else did I have? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Sometimes I kind of just think, like, we don't like eating vegetables as kids, right? I mean, if you really sit there and think about it, kids don't like eating vegetables at all. Have you ever thought to yourself that maybe they're fucking right? That maybe vegetables just fucking suck and they're not good for you? Like, why would the most base form of the species of the human ape want a fucking vegetable? The hell are you gonna do with that? Turn it into, like, better formed poop? Just eat some carbs or eat more meat. I don't know. I mean, I do like vegetables if done well, but I was kind of just thinking to myself, I'm like, you really have to, like, force that down a kid's throat to get them into it, And it's just like, they might be onto something, just like innately, instinctually, that, like, vegetables are just straight up yucky. You loved vegetables as a kid? You had the genetic mutation for broccoli tolerance. You eat your veggies fresh from the garden. Factory vegetables are lifeless souls. I guess that's a good point. Maybe that's what we're tasting, is just like, we want to spit it out because it's nutrientless. Not a single ounce of vitamin ooga booga. You care more about your body and build as an adult rather than a kid. Dude, there's nobody in the world that wants to be jacked like Superman more than a little boy or girl. They know what's up. They know. And they always get there faster. Like, as soon as a kid starts touching weights, they just immediately get jacked the next week. Their adaptation skills are on par with Wolverine. What's the latest gym drama? There's no real drama. We're pretty much in like a state, not like a stasis, but I've got like the leadership that I want in there running things, and I don't know. I realize that's kind of like the concept when it comes to like running businesses and that kind of thing. It's like you just have to make the appropriate choices on who you put in charge of things. Like, you have to find the appropriate talent. The mistake that I made with the gym is putting someone poor in charge of money and having way too much control, because in that desperation that they experience, there's just too much temptation there for them to, to steal. Do you think your gym will be open by early 2026? I mean, it's already open. It's been open for like 2 years. 2 years. Yeah, don't get ringworm. I took turmeric and my vitamin D again now that it's sunless stank. Yeah, right. You kind of have to. Roki, thank you for the 5 gifters. To Iris, Svein Lamp, Katie McFadden, Love Light D, and Kenny Falk. Anyways, guys, thanks for being here. We got some camping stories for you, some ones that take place in the fall season. I thought you were barely starting your own gym. No, it's been going for like 2 years. But I only really talked about it now because it was such a financial burden out of nowhere with realizing what was going on. Because it was more of like a investment type situation / something I wanted to try. And then as soon as I realized that they were fucking everything up, I was like, alright, you need to step aside. No matter what, Julie, I'm certain you will ace whatever you do. Thank you. My English teacher told me that when I was in my senior year. I told her what I wanted to do, and she was like, honestly, I have no doubt that whatever you put your mind to, that you're going to get it done. And I was like, that means a lot, you beautiful bitch. Put Terry Crews in charge of the weights. Yeah, nobody will have to lift a single finger at my gym. Fire Sauce, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. My solo managing the gym now, you got a new hand in there. Yeah, I've got multiple hands in there, kind of like... And I think I realized that when it comes to like leadership, it's good to have like multiple heads bouncing off of each other. Kind of a checks and balances style system, you know what I mean? Obviously, you want some degree of executive decisions to be made, but you need people to hold each other accountable. Otherwise, someone is just gonna... It's just gonna be a manifestation of the internal struggle of the person you put there. Whereas if you can like have others kind of like be on their ass about it, you don't have to do that as much. Do you have access to one-on-one Joel therapy sponsored by BetterHelp? You do. Just shoot me an email. I'll talk you off the ledge. You need everyone telling on each other. You do, honestly. You need everyone, like, in a weird way, you almost, like, need everyone to sort of, like, distrust each other while still being, like, friendly, as bad as that sounds. But thanks for being here, guys. Bonus narration means you say spooky spaghetti, right? Yep, we got creepypasta stories over on the bonus content. There's like a playlist if you want to check it out. Got quite a bit of content after all this time. I feel terrible when I don't have greens or fresh fruit. I don't feel good when I eat meat. I actually believe in America we, from as young as a toddler, are unknowingly addicted to additives. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, especially in like hyper-processed bullshit. I definitely believe like the less ingredients in something, the better. But even that, even where we're at right now, you kind of wonder to what degree like things are even like, what is the definition of organic anymore? Is it going to make you want to go camping? I wish I was like as obsessed with camping as some people were. Like I fucking go and I'm like I'm good for like one night, and then I start like stinking, and I'm just like, I need to get out of here before I turn into Bigfoot. You wish you weren't a big stupid dummy? How come? What happened? F camping. This guy with the $2 says, stay cool cat. Thank you, this guy. What's poppin', dude? I stink like the skunk ape. I'm gonna be stalking Peter Kane dog training here soon. Giving him a knobber. Slobbing on my knob. Do you fish when you camp, or do you just bring your own food? You know, I've never like done any like self-sustaining style camping or anything where I mean, it would be sweet to go. I've never gone on like I have some friends who go, well, their parents go up to like New York and do some fishing trips and catch trout and all that kind of stuff and cook it up themselves while they're there. And I'm like, that does seem pretty amazing. Oh shit, the first line's got a name of a cave I cannot pronounce. Let me look that up right quick. Makoa Kita? I have no idea. Anybody familiar with the Makoa Kita caves? Barbecue trout. That does sound good. Okay. Makwokita. Okay, that sounds good to me. The Nutty Puffy. The Nutter Butter Cave. I'll deal with a shop, only shop in perimeter, don't go into the aisles. Right, that makes sense. All the fresh ingredients. I remember hearing something the other day that was saying that it's like the reason people take so much damage from the sun on their skin is like correlated to like seed oils. Has anybody heard about this before? There's some correlation or connection between like consumption of like seed oils and then them sort of like staying within your system for long periods of time to cause like damage to the skin from the sun. Am I a protector? Can I fight? I do have a katana, so if anybody enters my domicile, they will be sliced. Fruit Ninja style. Trav Squish, thank you for the 150. Thanks, Trav. And if I say your name differently, it's just because YouTube changed stuff, and it's just a wee bit different now. About 15 years ago now, me and my friend Hal decided to take our families out to Makoakita Caves for a camping trip. Me and Hal had been friends since we were kids, and having grown up around Makoakita, we'd visited the state park a whole bunch of times when we were children, so we knew it pretty well. Makoakita has more caves than any other place in Iowa, and a lot of them are connected via a series of small tunnels and larger passageways. Seeing as it's a kind of natural wonder, it's become a major tourist attraction for folks that are interested in those sorts of things. And so depending on what time of year it is, the western side of Makoakita can get pretty busy sometimes. They're a lot like you'd imagine, I guess. The caves, I mean. With rangers guiding visitors along long wooden walkways as they explain the differences between stalagmites and stalactites. Some of them are closed to the public from time to time when they become structurally unsafe, but we figured the smaller ones would be safe enough for the kids to explore, and they could have a little fun while getting in touch with little local heritage at the same time. But what we didn't know on the drive out there was that organizing that camping trip would turn out to be one of the worst decisions we ever made. We drove up in early fall just as the leaves started to turn, but with a little late summer heat still hanging in the air, and we picked out a large campsite close to a bunch of smaller caves and then had lunch out of some picnic basket. Oh, it's funny, the actual picnic baskets. What's up, Cindy? God, it's like so hard to read people's names where it's just like one connected username. On other live streams, my name is still how it normally is without the @ Oh. Maybe it's because I haven't updated my OBS thing in like a while then. But it's strange because what does it look like on just YouTube in general? Maybe I can go over there and take a peek. Oh, it's still that. That's strange. I don't really follow. Maybe they're beta testing something. I have no idea. I am the beta. I am the tester. The guys were stabbing fish and crabs out of the water in the dark. We picked out a large campsite close to a bunch of smaller caves and then had lunch out of some picnic baskets the wives had. We picked out a large campsite close to a bunch of smaller caves and then had lunch out of some picnic baskets that the wives had made. And afterwards, we took the kids on a little walk around the area to talk them through some basic forestry stuff. You know, don't leave food lying around, stay put if you get lost, etc. And then we headed back to camp. And it was an awesome day. And then once the kids were asleep, us grown-ups got to have a little time to ourselves around the campfire with a couple of wine coolers. The next morning, me and Hal got to enjoy the same early morning camp vibes that we hadn't shared since we were children. And by that, I mean the smells of wood smoke, coffee, frying up some bacon, all rolled into one. And I truly believe that there's no finer combination of smells on God's green earth. It apparently has changed it to usernames to avoid bots. Oh, is that how they do it? I still fucking get that shit on my channel, though. Like, after a video releases, there's always, like, one sex bot that's like, you do some amazing stuff for me. And then it's, like, always, like, 3 emojis. We're getting Tyler, the Creator, in Fortnite before GTA 6. Damn, dude, that guy's so lucky. He gets to be in Fortnite, he gets to be in Grand Theft Auto 5. Do you think he'll be back for Grand Theft Auto 6 or anything like that? Do I like fish? I like fish, yeah. I truly believe there is no finer combination of smells on God's green earth, and if you'd had to ask me that morning, I'd have told you that we were in for another fine day of camping. But over the next few hours, it felt like our whole entire worlds were unraveling. Our kids were this mix of boys and girls between the ages of 7 and 10, so they had no... What the fuck is going on? Our kid... Has anyone ever eaten an entire block of unexpected cheddar? Asking for a friend. Unexpected cheddar. What about the usernames? It's just that, like, it shows your, like, @ instead of, like, your normal username. Because you can have, like, an @ and then you can have a username, and it shows, like, the baseline name rather than what I'm used to seeing. So it's just confusing for my brain when I'm addressing somebody that I normally... But even if you're trying to address someone new, it's like if it's just a series of, like, letters, it's just, like, not fast. It's Trader Joe's cheese. Trader Joel. Our kids were a mix of boys and girls between the ages of 7 and 10, so they had no problem getting along and playing together. Then in the early afternoon, they asked if they could go play near one of the caves nearby. Hal and I had checked it out earlier that morning and found a large mouth with a narrow tunnel connected into the darkness at the rear. We told the kids if they stayed near the entrance and didn't head down the tunnel, they were fine to go play out there. And so off they went. But then not even half an hour had gone by before we heard a sudden and terrifying screech from one of the girls. We all went tearing off through the trees in the direction of the caves, and soon found the kids running back to us in the opposite direction. They were either in tears or scared out of their minds, but all agreed on the same version of events. They'd been doing as they were told, and been playing near the cave, not inside of it, when they noticed a man suddenly creeping out from its mouth. And they knew well enough to keep away from strangers, but said the man looked so creepy that they stopped playing and got ready to run. My daughter said they all just stood there still for a second, watching as the guy stepped towards them. He asked if they'd like a free tour of his cave, and then when they said no, he started claiming that he was friends of their parents, i.e. us, and that he'd been asked to watch us. And the kids were between 7 and 10, so they were young still, but not altogether incredibly dumb. And then one of the kids said that they didn't believe him, and that's when the guy chased them. I had 100 questions to ask them, but in the moment, all me and Hal were interested in was where the guy had gone after chasing them. The kids didn't know, and they thought that he was still following them, so, on instinct, me and Hal went rushing toward that cave. Hal had always been faster than me. He'd been... Wait, so none of the kids got stolen, right? For some reason, I thought they grabbed one of them. There's one who keep looking at a goth girl that's... What are you talking about? Never went to Trader Joe's at Sand Lake, Florida again. Trader Joshies. You should feature a Too Scary Didn't Watch podcast. What's that about? Is it just like movie reviews or something? He'd been on the track team in high school, and he probably could have played football if he was a little bit bigger like I was. And so that day, he went tearing through the trees way ahead of me and was maybe 20 feet ahead by the time he saw the cave mouth and the man that had almost snatched up one of our kids. I heard him yell out, "I see him," and then somehow he seemed to speed up for that last 50 yards or so. I didn't see who he was talking about, I was just too far behind, but just knowing that they were still there made my blood boil, and I tried my best to catch up. Hal shouted, "He's in the cave," right as he broke from the tree line. I figured that he'd just guard the entrance till the cops came, but Hal went right in after him. I yelled at him to wait, but he didn't listen, and I guess he was right not to. I yelled at him to wait, but he didn't listen, and I guess he was right not to in a sense. It turned out that the cave was a dead end, and the guy really was getting away. But at the time, I thought that he was crazy going running off into the dark with nothing but the flashlight on his phone to light the way. I stayed put at the mouth of the cave, yelling for Hal to come back because he had the guy cornered. Oh, I'm getting dumber, man. I'm just getting fucking worse at reading. I think I'm deteriorating, everyone. I think it won't be long until you're probably going to need an AI version of me, because whatever I used to be will just be a shell. Sort of a shriveled up old worm. Dried up with no rain. Is there anything better than a bean and cheese burrito? Oh man, there's a lot of other stuff to put in there. You think Jaden Daniels just tore his ACL? Which one's Jaden Daniels? Jaden Daniels. Oh, the quarterback at Washington. Well, that didn't last long. Surprisingly went to the playoffs last year, and then... Damn, dude, that's rough. Dude, you would think by this point they would have some fucking, next level CIA fucking drugs to, heal people's internal shit. I mean, I told you about how I used the BPCs and stuff to, heal my shoulder. Maybe they can get something like that. You prefer Grandpa Joel? No AI can replace you. I appreciate it. I wonder if my voice will change at all. It's always weird when you hear a voice and they sound really young and you come to find out that they're 70 years old, some narrator. You're like, what the hell? Have you seen Fortnite mini-season Simpsons theme? No, I haven't. Man. I am so disconnected from games at this point. The battle royales, the extraction shooters, the fucking roguelites, the Souls-likes, all of it is just not me anymore, and that's fine. That's fine. That's A-okay. I'll just wait for the single-player bullshit. I can only imagine the stories Joel will say and sound like. I have no patience for games, so boring. Oh, that's funny, yeah. I'm sure people who play games are bored of all the other forms of entertainment. I'm 34 and I think I sound young because I don't have kids. It's like you wear your voice out so much faster. I mean, there is a certain degree of fear that I have where what if I do get married? What if I do have kids? And then deep down I'm just this fucking sucks. This fucking sucks. You know what I mean? I feel like every parent you ever talk to is just I wouldn't give it up for the world. Now I wouldn't change. They always started now I wouldn't kill my kids. But that being said, if they never existed, I mean, I might go live on Mars. Thailand, Mars. I heard people who don't have kids look younger because kids stress you out. Well, that too, yeah. I mean, it's mainly the sleep, dude. It just seems like you wouldn't sleep. And I look rough when I don't get my 12 to 15 hours. I'm going to use some Jordan Peterson voice. But then Jordan Peterson would tell you that having children's the greatest blessing in the world, and that you should always be moving steadfast towards more responsibility. Which honestly, I can see where he's coming from. Like, you feel a certain strong sense of purpose with children and responsibility and all that kind of stuff. Because sometimes I also think about how terrifying it would be to be like a 70-year-old man with like nothing else, you know? And, you know, no family bullshit to go to, no whatever. And I don't know. Oh shit, Roki. Holy fuck, dude. That's insane. What is that? That's $250 worth of fucking memberships right there. Guys, be sure to thank Roki for this insane support he's showed here. Roki, thank you. Thank you for 50 gifted memberships. It's like so much I don't even know how to react sometimes. But seriously, thank you so much. And remind me to match you at the end, please. How did you not get one? I don't know, dude. It's so random. Some people will be here forever and just like not get one. I feel bad. Have kids, you will love your life even more. Alright. I need someone to volunteer as tribute. Have you seen his video about rats? Rats. Oh, yeah. He's like, rats like this. That one's like, that's an old ass video of him back when he was like a teacher and shit. But I did hear that he was on life support. What happened to him? His like daughter did some videos saying he was like very, very sick. Fur babies without the shedding, right? Yeah, I don't know. I think if anything, it's like having the family, it just like gives you something to do. Like you don't always have to be looking for the next like uncertain thing. You have to talk to women first. See, that is the scary part. What if they stab you in the neck? There can be 50 people in chat and someone who donates 51 memberships and still won't get one. I know, right? We'll save it for the next person. I went to bed at 7 a.m. on Halloween, dude. I feel sick. Oh, man, I'm sorry. Jordan talks about it in one of his books. The life support thing? I don't think he would talk about. I know he was on, like, amphetamines and stuff. Or no. Yeah. He got, like, dangerously addicted to, like, Xanax or something for like restless leg, and then and he had to go to like Siberia or whatever to get detoxed off of it. But I was just curious, like, what happened to him recently that he's like on death's bed. Do you think Israel is killing him? Do you think Ben Shapiro poisoned his red meat diet? How do I send bucks while on chat? I've successfully done so off chat but not here. I don't know. It's all good. Oh, that's right, Justin. You gotta go find me a wife at the top of Mount Fuji. I think he was on Alprazolam and went to Russia for the detox where they pat him on. Yeah, but what about recently? Like, is it still the same vibe? Did I watch scary movies on Halloween? No, I went out Friday night. It was fun. Oh, yeah, it was actually fun. It was kind of hilarious, like, you know, dressed as Waldo. There were quite a few Waldos out, so that was kind of funny. And then was just with friends. I actually had like a whole MF Doom costume for my friend because he didn't have a costume, but I had an MF Doom mask and gave him like the flat brim hat and like the big hoodie, and he looked just like MF Doom. And then, yeah, went out. And then his one cousin was drunk as shit, and they both stayed at my house. And it was kind of funny because like his cousin was so drunk that he just like wanted to like fight me in like a weird, I don't know if he was blacked out or what it was, but like he just wanted to wrestle the whole time. And not like in a gay way, get naked. I mean, we could have. If you guys want to think that we did that, then sure. We got into the mud. We were nude. No, but it was just like literally it was for like a whole half hour, he just like would not chill out, but he just like kept wanting to like wrestle in like the main living room. But like, as bad as it sounds, like, and as even people might sit there and think that it was like very annoying, there was like something like deep inside of my like animal brain that was just like, this is fucking awesome. You know what I mean? I was like, this is what guys do. Like, where cats are, you know how cats always like sneak up on each other and try to fucking, they try to scare each other. And it's like, that's how they always keep themselves on their toes in case like a predator comes along and actually tries to challenge them. You play fight all the time so that you're ready. But in my mind, I was like, this is it. This is what men do. Like, while the women are out gathering berries and shit, we're back here fucking mud wrestling. And we're just keeping each other prepped and ready. Iron sharpeneth iron type shit. You know what I'm saying? Was he watching or reading Baki? They always make me want to wrestle in a totally not gay way. I mean, I hope he was. I'm always just naturally in Baki mood. Yeah, it's not fun. It's gay Fight Club. It's different. Yeah, I was wearing my Waldo outfit the entire time, which is hilarious. But it was just like a fucking like sweaty mess. 30 straight minutes of just like straight dude wrestling. All I had to keep me going was Almond Joys. I just read that Jordan Peterson was in the ICU for pneumonia and sepsis for a month. He's out of the ICU, but he's still not out of the woods, so to speak. Oh, okay, so he had some sort of pneumonia. Damn, dude. So pneumonia. I guess he is kind of an old guy. I don't know why when I think about him he doesn't seem that old, but I know with the amphetamine shit, like, Joel, men versus women in chat poll. What, like, see who everybody is? Or like who would win in a fight? Damn, sepsis. That's kind of insane. So it literally like transferred from like his lungs to his bloodstream. Just curious what girls Joel's is doing. Honestly, I mean, ones with vaginas are pretty cool. It's like how you look at women, you're just like, every one of them is just a beautiful fucking angel. I stayed put at the mouth of the cave, yelling for Hal to come back because we had that guy cornered. But he didn't. Instead, about a minute went by before I realized that I might have to go in after him. But no sooner had I stepped forward that Hal had appeared from the darkness, and he looked pale and shaken. I asked him what happened, and Hal just said he got away. But instead of stopping in front of me, he just walked right past me and over towards the trees. As I followed, asking if he at least got a good look at the guy, I could see Hal was shaking, and then he suddenly just stopped and put both hands on the top of his head in the way that people do when they're struggling to process something or just got bad news. That body language and that look of shock in his eyes, it took me half the story already, but Hal looked at me in a way that reminded me of a much younger version of him, and in a way that made him look smaller almost. And then he told me, I had him, and I let him go. And it was like he either didn't know how to explain it or didn't know how to put it into words. But after telling him to spit it out for God's sakes, he did. Hal said he ran to the back of the cave, switched on his phone's light, and then caught a glimpse of the guy turning down some side tunnel. The guy was fast, but Hal was faster, and within seconds he'd caught up with the guy after chasing him down that side tunnel. And when the guy was within arm's length, Hal reached out with one free hand to try and grab him, but the guy spun around, yanked himself out of Hal's grip, and then just hissed at him. Hal said he hissed like a goddamn cat, and then tried swiping at him with nails that were so long and yellowed they'd almost look like claws. The guy bared his teeth as he hissed too, and Hal said that they were so dark and rotten it was a miracle that they were even still in his head. The guy was crazy. He had to be. Otherwise there was no way that he'd be wandering around those tunnels looking like he hadn't washed in over a year. But to think that there was still enough of him left up there in his mind to try and drag a child back into the dark with him, it was chilling, and I completely understand why Hal was so shaken. By the time we got back to camp, my wife had already called 911, and there was a ranger headed to our location to talk to us. When he arrived, he confirmed that there was almost no point searching the caves, as there were so many entrances and exits scattered around the park that if he knew them all, the guy could just be about anywhere. Hey, Shelly, thank you. Good to see you. I'd be hissing. The high school cat girl, yeah, kept it going. He was on benzodiazepines and methamphetamines. Doctors prescribed too much to him when his wife had cancer. That's what I'm saying, like, the doctors that give you these random, like, highly addictive substances genuinely just, like, don't know what the fuck they're doing. Because I think I told you about how I had a friend that doctors, he was having trouble, well, he had children, he was really stressed out with work, and then to help him sleep, the doctors gave him Ativan or lorazepam, and yeah, basically he got addicted. So whenever he like kind of came off of them, he had some really severe withdrawals that like made him just like really fucked up and stuff. He's good now, but it took him a long time to like taper off. But it's like, you know, did you ever look at a doctor? Did you ever just like go to a doctor's office and fucking like look at a doctor? And just how incredibly like inept they look as like people sometimes. Some of them quite intelligent. You can kind of get a vibe right from the gate. But I swear some of them are just like so disconnected from reality. They have like no people skills. Yet in their mind they're like some all-knowing AI robot that is just has all authority over the direction of your life. And most of the times they end up just like fucking you up worse. I feel like you gotta like really, really vet your doctors and take care of yourself, because you really don't want to be under any of their care. Yeah, very tired, very disconnected. Crazy with that stuff. I won't take any meds anymore. I recently had to tell a doctor no again. They're like crack dealers. I mean, yeah, who knows what like kind of fucking weird ass kickbacks they get for pushing pills on you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all just, I don't know, second nature to them. You can wander into an office, some psych office, and just say you're like, I'm not feeling myself. And they're like, okay, we're gonna put you on like a low dose of fucking tranquilizer, and then we're just gonna like hit you over the head with a hammer every night 15 times. See what happens. Your doctor gives me 15 Klonopin a month to manage my anxiety, but not enough to get addicted, and I know better than ask more, and I make 15 a month work for me. Yeah, you know, if it works, man, I don't know. It's tough. There's always a drug rep with a free lunch trying to push something. I know, it's never even like, they probably give these doctors like the most like unenthusiastic hand job you've ever seen. And these doctors probably feel like they're on top of the world. They did that to me when I was 13 and switched my meds every 2 weeks, and I think that fucked me up for a while. Scary stuff. I mean, why, like literally, like young girls are literally going through like probably one of the most confusing experiences of their life between the ages of like whenever puberty starts till like, you know, when they're older. And of course, like their hormones are going to be all over the place, their emotions are going to be all over the place, all the other experiences with like adolescence and school and all that kind of shit. And like every fucking doctor is like, yeah, I think we need to hit you over the head with a hammer, a really big one. And then we'll try various hammer sizes. Katie McFadden with the 2 Canadians. I love you so much. Thanks so much for what you do. It helps. You're welcome, Katie. Thank you. A gynecologist prescribed me antidepressants while you're pregnant. Really? I didn't know a gynecologist could do that. Is that true? I figured you'd have to go see a psychiatrist. Why just young girls? Well, I mean, yeah, I'm sure girls are... Well, because I was saying they were going through puberty, so their like hormones they're not even like used to that experience, you know what I mean? But I guess, yeah, if it never gets any easier, I do apologize. And I suppose it doesn't, because it does seem like there's quite a bit of emotional fluctuation depending on like the week of the month, you know. And then there's me with BPD, OCD, and bipolar 1, just raw dog in life because the doctors won't give me any anxiety medication even though I have no history of using substances. I say keep raw dogging it, bro. Just keep an eye on yourself and try to hit the woods, go on a walk, go on as many hikes as you can, and maybe bring like a weighted vest or something and just increase the weight on the vest slowly over time. And I don't know, like there's gotta, you know, being human is tough. It's a tough existence sometimes. You just get like RNG bullshit sometimes, but you gotta make it work. I never have withdrawals, and I'd rather not have to take antidepressants. I have to get those. They can just be as bad to quit a benzos, and I've already kicked heroin, fentanyl, cold turkey. Jesus. That's crazy. I respect that. I mean, just scary stuff, because it's just like, I don't know, I've seen terrible addiction in my life of people around me, and, you know, it's like life is already difficult enough to like just throw some dependency upon some medication, you know what I mean? Joel, can you help me with a cool advice with my depression? I don't know, man. The only thing I can say is the only science that I know outright that I've seen is that the low dose amounts of, and it's usually acute for like antidepressants, that's equal to the benefits of those low dose antidepressants, has been exercise, you know, weightlifting, some cardio, sunlight, a good sleep schedule, social interaction, spiritual community, working towards like bettering yourself, all those kinds of things. Like they start to add up with the appropriate dopamine. Does it, you know, but that's going to be something that every human's going to tell you at the same time, but it doesn't mean it's the exact answer for you. It's just that like it's going to take some time to build up to those things, and then maybe you can assess. Yeah, vitamin D. Urologist prescribed me pineapple juice and sleep once and a 5-day antibiotic, and after years of chronic pain, no answers from 4 doctors, difference between expertise, and I went to med school. Oh wait, I missed that. I didn't quite understand it. Urologist prescribed me pineapple juice and sleep once and a 5-day antibiotic after years of chronic pain. Oh, like they just kind of came up with some random bullshit that didn't work. Hi from Milan, Italy. I love your videos. They help me sleep. I've always had trouble sleeping, so thank you. You're welcome. I'm in therapy. I go to group once a week and individual therapy once every 3 weeks because that's all I can afford. That's good. I mean, like, I don't know. Sometimes it's like you got to find the diamond in the rough as far as what can be beneficial, because there's like spiritual groups probably within churches maybe you could join to like find socializing, like, you know, like free socializing. When I genuinely think about like communities that like actually go out of their way to like get to know you and try to help you, even if you're like 95 years old, right? If you wanted to go to a church or some type of spiritual community, at least in the United States, and obviously it's subjective to the person who experiences it, but they probably will feel some degree of like responsibility to try and like at least talk to you at those like individual meetings, and then maybe it expands to a friendship from there. But did I watch Game 7 with cinema? Dodgers won, and I'm happy for Ohtani. I don't know shit about baseball, but I'm happy for Ohtani. I think he's the GOAT, and I don't know anything about baseball, but he looks cool. It reminds me of an anime. You gotta find your own way. I live in the UK, and the official eating disorder therapy they put me on was when you're sad, think of a happy things, now go and eat more. I dropped the program. Yeah, it's definitely gotta all fall down to the individual. Yoshi Yamamoto. If your doctor diagnosed you with something but you have a gut feeling that he's wrong, what you doing? I have no idea. When he arrived, he confirmed that there was almost no point searching the caves, as there were so many entrances and exits scattered around the park that if he knew them all, the guy could just be about anywhere. And they only slightly reassured us by saying that it was impossible for anyone to live in the cave system, not without them knowing about it anyway. They'd also keep their eyes peeled for anyone matching his description wandering around the park, because if they did, he'd be immediately arrested and we'd be immediately informed. And as you can imagine, the kids refused to spend another night in the park, so we unfortunately had to call it quits on our camping trip. And now that I mention it, me and Hal were just about the only ones who didn't want to leave, but not because we didn't want the trip to end. It was more like we wanted nothing more than to hunt down the son of a bitch that had tried to grab one of our kids. But we were just two overworked and overtired dads. If the Rangers knew that trying to seal off the whole cave system wasn't going to do any good at that stage, then what the hell could we do? It was frustrating, but that feeling faded quickly. What didn't was that lingering feeling that no matter how safe you think that you are, it's almost impossible to protect our children from those who want to do them harm. Hal fell down something of a deep rabbit hole too, trying to dig up any information that he could on other encounters with that freak that ran off into the tunnels. He didn't find anything, but I know that he still thinks about the cave guy from time to time. He regrets getting so spooked by the guy's appearance and wishes that he'd given him the ass-kicking he deserved when he had the chance. And I can't say I blame him. And I'd pay a heka laka haka. A hookah haka haka waka. Aloha from Hawaii. Aloha. What island are we talking here? The big one? The little one? The spooky one? The grumpy one? Yoo-hoo, boys! Wahoo. Nice. Can't say I blame him, and I'd pay a heck of a lot of money for 5 minutes alone in a windowless room with that piece. And I can't say I blame him, and I'd pay a heck of a lot of money for 5 minutes alone in a windowless room with that absolute piece of trash. Where are you guys listening from? You're from Denver. Where is everybody else at? You want me to diagnose you? I diagnose you with Milfington disease. PA, Pennsylvania, PA, Idaho, Illinois, New Jersey, Daytona, Ohio. Can you send a picture of your mom's boingas? What, via email? You should send it directly to Joe Biden's nursing home. Holy shit, hooga, hooga. Washington, Utah, the forest, Oklahoma. You getting any tornadoes? Having a pizza, margarita, and playing Minecraft with the boys. Fuck yeah, dude. Pizza and margarita and Minecraft. Name a more iconic trio. Finland, who was diagnosed with terminal gooning. That was self-determined. Pittsburgh. Joel, are you a guy's guy? What's a guy's guy? I mean, I would say that most if all of my friends are like men, like on the close sense. I mean, I have some close female friends for sure too, but yeah, I mainly hang out with guys. The kind that wrestles his homies for extended amount of time. Yeah, I'm that kind of guy. The grease me up and throw me around type guy's guy. Do you have any frame friends? What's a frame friend? Or they frame you female friends. I do, yeah, I have some female friends, but I don't know, it's like this, it's definitely far and few between for sure. The sort of, I don't know, like there's, like that night that, my friends came back from the bar, like I was out with like friends that were girls, and one was like a my one buddy's girlfriend, she came back to hang out with us for a little while afterwards, and then she got a, Uber home and stuff. But it's not like, I don't know, it's just like always kind of like that awkward dynamic where, you can't just like always go out of your way to, I don't know, this is just easier with dudes, you know what I mean? Nothing really gets like that sort of psychosexual confusion or anything of that sort. You think Joel likes chat but doesn't like chat? I like you guys. You guys are always nice to me. Are you the kind of guy getting bro checked in a Gillette commercial? It's like, hey bro, cool it. I always do that because I don't know, I'm just kind of a whistler. I see people, I start whistling, I start hooting, I start hollering, I start banging on the table. My eyes come out of my skull like a cartoon character, Awooga style. Am I attracted to my female friends? I would say like it's probably easier to be like if it's just a friends scenario, it's probably way easier to be just friends with a girl if you're not like attracted to them, right? I mean, that's just like logic. Otherwise it probably does transpire to like something else at some point. Doesn't mean it can't always happen, but like my one buddy's girlfriend, like I love her, she's awesome, but at the same time you feel like a certain sense of just like happiness, for my friend, where I'm like, I'm not, there's nothing weird there, it's just like this is just a straight up good person for them, You can hang out with this girl and I guarantee you he won't get me. What are you talking about? Oh. Perfect. Good to know. Anyways. I'm not gonna creepypasta that lass. I'm not gonna creepypasta the lass. I'm not gonna Slenderman anybody here. What's the poll tonight? Yeah, what do you guys want to ask on the poll? You want to ride on the poll? Joel's poll of the night. Back in 2012, when me and my mates were in our mid-20s, we asked a mutual friend what he'd like to do for his birthday. And now he doesn't want to be named, so I'm just going to call him Birthday Boy. Now we thought BB would be wanting to go clubbing, which was the same thing that he'd want to do every year. But then in September of 2012, when we asked him if he wanted to head to Newcastle or Manchester for a night out, he said no. He didn't want to go to Newcastle or Manchester or even London for that matter. Instead, Birthday Boy wanted to go to Wales because he wanted to go camping. Now, it wasn't the first time that he'd mentioned wanting the group to swap to the great What if my name was Birthday Boy? I feel like there's like a horror movie about a dog called Birthday Boy. Is that a real thing? Or am I thinking of something else? You play Battlefield 6 Battle Royale, we should squad up sometime. I haven't tried it yet. I haven't even played the normal Battlefield 6 yet. I kind of wanted to build a new PC. It was kind of annoying, like my friend was supposed to like help me build one, and then he just like disappeared. So I don't really know. Old Boy? Oh, Good Boy. Yeah, that's right. The dog movie. Was that one good? Anybody see Good Boy? Where am I from? I'm from Pennsylvania. He didn't want to go to Newcastle or Manchester or even London for that matter. Instead, Birthday Boy wanted to go to Wales because he wanted to go camping. It wasn't the first time that he'd mentioned wanting the group to swap to the great indoors. Motherfucker, why does this seem so weird? It wasn't the first time he'd mentioned wanting the group to swap the great indoors for the great outdoors, so it didn't come as some massive shock. But then, since we'd never gone camping as a group before, organizing the trip was a hell of a lot. But then, since we'd never gone camping as a group before, organizing the trip was a hell of a lot more complicated than booking a hotel and a few train tickets. We had to scout out a decent location and purchase a ton of personal equipment and brush up on some of the more basic survival techniques, like basic first aid, lighting fires, and which mushrooms to avoid. Spoilers, it's all of them. And we also had to work out how we were going to stay warm and dry because this wasn't going to be some sun-soaked summer camping weekend. We were going in October, and our friend's birthday month, and being in the UK, just about the only thing that we could be certain of is that the weather was going to be horrible. On the day of the trip, the weather was just as crap as we expected, but we were in such high spirits that we didn't give a monkey's toss if it rained sideways. We drank a few cans of lager on the train over to Wales, and then polished off a few more as we walked to the campsite that we had picked out, which was a short walk from a lake. And as we got to the bottom of this country lane, we spotted a small house with a man doing some gardening out the front, and he stood up and looked at us as we passed by. I gave him a little nod, and he asked where we were going. I pointed down the lane and told him that we planned to go camp by the lake. It didn't... fuck. Hell of a havulala. The dog starring Good Boy was fantastic. That's cool. What kind of dog was it? Was it like a mixed breed dog? Margarita was too strong. You need to eat more pizza. Anyone in the Y-Files chat and after show? I wondered if Joel was in the chat. I know. I only went there one time and I trolled with like a donation, and I feel bad because I thought that he was going to get the joke because it was kind of like a classic meme, the whole Sonic inflation joke, but I don't think he understood. It's all good though. Would you rather be the funniest or smartest person in the world? Well, they go hand in hand, so I'll take both. Now, honestly, let's say funniest, smartest. Probably funniest, I guess. Well, yeah, funniest sounds pretty fun. Who cares if you're smart, honestly? Smart people are usually just, like, isolated. But I guess really funny people end up being a little bit isolated, too, because nobody makes them laugh. But yeah, if you are I feel like if you're relatively intelligent, you're usually, like, inclined towards making some silly jokes here and there, you know what I mean? The funniest could mean that you have a disease. Yeah, I like wish for the funniest and I just end up becoming like a young kid with cancer. Like, what the fuck? Who determined this was funny? And it's just God laughing at me. Ha ha ha. You're gonna die. Can I cry underwater? Give it a whirl. I gave him a nod and he asked where we were going. I pointed down the lane and told him that we planned to camp by the lake. He didn't exactly look pleased to see us, but when we mentioned the campsite, he sort of just grinned a little bit. And then he says, I wouldn't go down there if I were you lads. The shores of that lake are haunted. And we were only maybe 15-minute walk away. So I asked him how he himself fared with the ghosts since he lived so bloody close. And he simply pointed to the little wooden cross above his doorframe and then said that we didn't strike him as believers. Now he was wrong. As our resident Bible basher, the birthday boy was quick to point that out. But all the bloke said back was, well, at least one of you will be all right. The rest of you, I can't speak for. Martin, who was quite easily the funniest of the four of us, made a ghostly noise like, ooh, which sent us all into hysterics. But the Welshman didn't laugh. He just kept that grin on his face and told us, mark my words, boys. You'll see. And we knew that he was just trying to scare us, and being just a week before Halloween, we sort of appreciated it in a weird way. And so after making our way down to the lake, we pitched our tents about 100 meters from the shoreline. We had a great first night. We got a campfire going and then cooked some food on it. And then after a few more beers to wish the birthday boy his many happy returns, we climbed into our tents and went to sleep. Now remember, the ground was nice and soft because of how mossy it was, much more comfy than I imagined it would be. And then as I was drifting off, I started to hear this gentle patter of rain against my tent, which only added to that feeling of coziness. But then, maybe 4 or 5 hours later, I woke up to find my sleeping bag was damp. And then I found that water had been leaking in from outside the tent, and that's because by that stage, we were well on our way to being underwater. And the spot that we picked to camp was some kind of miniature flood basin, and as it rained, the ground underneath us was slowly flooding. And when we realized this, just before sunrise at about 6 in the morning, we were not best pleased, and as the person that had been foolish enough to pick that spot, I got an earful and then some from the lads. And I took it on the chin, of course, because they were right. We could all agree that it was a terrible place to camp and that I should have done more location scouting on Google Earth. But what we couldn't argue gargle was the jizz from the old man. Hey, Dodongo Manoof with a 5 says, I'm not spooked at all, you're spooked. I have a raging spook in my pants. I don't like camping, but maybe we could maybe pitch a tent in my... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This whole chat is so perverse. Would I play Twister with you? Honestly, greased up Twister would be kind of funny to watch. Like, I don't know which website you would find that on, if you guys know, like, link me, but just be curious, just like see what's going on with that. Is it like a sport, probably? Do you have a favorite type of story to read for the channel? I really just like the paranormal stuff. I just think it's weird and wild and wet and wacky. Hey Andre, what's up, dude? Jello wrestling? Oh my god. Jello wrestling. I hope it only goes up like maybe to the knee, because I feel like you could like end up drowning in that. That was the one annoying part about like wrestling. My buddy's cousin, he was like 10 years younger than me, right? He's like 25. So he's just like all fucking just straight testosterone laced. But then the whole time, every time he would like try to get me in a hold, it was like he would just go like all the fucking way out, you know what I mean? Like literally trying to kill me, even whenever I would like tap. But I did feel cool in the sense that like I don't have any wrestling experience, but like anytime like we were just like toe to toe, like in front of each other, it was like I could kind of do, like I would push him over and knock him over, and I don't know, it was like a sumo kind of vibe. But it was one of those things where it's like where I felt like physically superior in some ways. It was like anytime like he like fucking sweep the leg. Yeah, it was the old man strength. It worked. But then anytime he like sweep the leg, it was like I would try to like sprawl out to kind of like, you could like almost like flex with your hamstring to like break the grip. But I'm just like, that shit is not fucking breaking. I liked it a lot. Didn't mind it, you know. I don't know. I just feel like I feel like actively wrestling with another man is like something that everyone in the society should kind of just do, especially the men. And once again, not in like a stick a finger in your ass type way, but just like just to keep you on your toes, you know what I mean? Like sure, you might wake up the next day with some bruised kneecaps somehow, but like I just feel like how else are you going to be prepared for when the orcs invade or whatever? Hey, what's up? See, I know that's Fire Monkey 0011. I really want to figure out how, if anybody can like look up how to like switch. If anybody can look up how to like switch the live chat back to, there's got to be like a view option. I have no idea. Was I a high school wrestler? No, I didn't wrestle in high school. I just played football, and I played like 1 year of rugby. Creeper Nick, what's up? Yo, Creeper Nick, question for you. I don't know if you ever stream or not, but everybody's name is like stuck at like at their name rather than like their normal username. And it's it's confusing. I don't know if you know how to like switch it back. But what we couldn't agree on was what to do next. One of us, not the birthday boy, wanted us to just abandon ship and go find a bed and breakfast to stay in before heading home the next day as planned. But then the birthday boy didn't want the trip to end and thought that we could find somewhere else to camp before drying off around the campfire. Now I agreed, so did our friend Martin, but yeah, I've never seen this. I haven't streamed or been in a chat for a while, though. Okay, no worries. It's just like really random. This happened on other streams, so it might be a new YouTube thing. Well, it's just so annoying because it's like people have their names, right? But then, yeah, you know my thoughts. YouTube is testing how familiar I am with my fans. This is true. It turns out I don't know any of them. Oh, my parents, they're good. They're good. They my dad hurt his back recently, which is funny. I feel bad for him, but I paid for the guy that does the myofascial release on me. I paid him to work on my dad, and then my mom she had like shoulder surgery recently, which she's recovering nicely from, but now she has like some other surgery. So curious how that'll pan out, but notice me, senpai, notice me. You're learning myofascial release? Yeah, it's I don't know, it's from the technique of this guy. I think he's like located out in like Arizona, but his name is John Barnes, and that's where he teaches from or something. And I don't know, his specific technique is basically just like holding directly on the fascia area or particular knot for like a solid like 3 to 5 minutes, you know, to, I don't know. It's just funny because the guy who works on me will always just like be holding in an area that I'm not thinking much of and then just be like, whew, like he's noticing shit like detaching from itself, you know, but I don't even feel it, which is kind of odd. Plantar fascia. It's just like he talks about like this like fascial sheath. It's almost like a liquid ligamental sheath that covers the entire body, or like almost like, I don't know, interconnected, similar to like a lymphatic system, but over top of between the skin and the muscles. I'm not even really sure, but basically you kind of just like slowly break that apart. I don't know. It sounds like borderline pseudoscience. All I know is that I feel really good after he gets done. Please do a poll. How many girls, how many boys? Okay, we'll do it. Poll time. Somewhere around here. Are you male or female? Question mark. Did I get hungover again? Yeah, my hangover wasn't like the worst ever from Friday into Saturday, but yeah, it was annoying because, I don't know, sometimes like having people sleep over your house they all go to bed at normal hours and I'm kind of a degenerate with my sleep schedule, so I don't know. And then you're like also drinking, and then I ate like a bag of candy, and then I just woke up every couple of hours like completely like just like drenched in sweat. Like anytime I like eat poorly or just like drink, my body just turns its temperature up to like 105 and just like boils me from the inside, and it's really, really annoying because then I can't sleep at all, and then I don't know, waste the entire next day. Yeah, the time change was rough. When I practice MFR, my fingers feel like there's electricity at the end. Interesting. I mean, I guess I wouldn't be surprised some degree of like electromagnetic bullshit going throughout the body from the brain or whatever. But I wonder what you're actually feeling. I thought I lived in a grotto, like a little hobbit. The females are winning. Uh-oh. We're surrounded. We're surrounded, boys. I agreed, and so did our friend Martin, but Mr. Bed and Breakfast was refusing to budge, no matter how much we argued that he should honor the birthday boy's wishes. Now, we were all tired and damp, so it got quite vicious at times, and so vicious, in fact, that our one friend Martin was basically like, F this. If you two are going to argue like little kids, I'm just going to go for a smoke. And then he grabbed his rolling kit out of his bag, took out a pre-roll, and then walked off alone. We called after him, asking where he was going, but instead of telling us, he turned and showed us the walkie-talkie that he was carrying, as if to say, don't worry, I'm just one click away. And someone brought 2 walkie-talkies because they figured they'd be useful or fun. Now, we soon got back to arguing, and I'm not sure how long we went at it. But the sun had fully risen by the time we agreed that we should at least pack up and move somewhere else. And as we started to pack up, the birthday boy suggested that we call Martin on the radio so he could get back and join us in the packing of upping. The singer of Sleep Token. What's Sleep Token about? Most people have their first kiss in high school. Never had my first kiss yet, and I'm already 24. Does that make me a loser? No, man. I mean, you just gotta put yourself out there more, you know what I mean? The more experiences you have, the more like logical it's statistically going to happen if that's like what you're going for. I mean, you know, you'll meet somebody, just go on dates and stuff and try to get in shape, try to wear nice clothes, try to look decent, and someone's gonna want to fucking do something. When did I get my first kiss? I remember I was like in fucking like daycare, like maybe even like preschool. I just remember there was like some girl like pushed me up against a fence and just like kissed me, and it was pretty much the only action I'd ever gotten until now, until this exact chat. Your first boyfriend in middle school forced a tongue kiss somebody and I broke up with him. That sounds fair enough. As we started to pack up, the birthday boy suggested that we call Martin on the radio so he could get back and join us in the packing up. And when I tried, I didn't get a response. Now, at first, I got it into my head that since Martin was off smoking some joint, he might have put his earbuds in for a little bit of music while he smoked. And it seemed a bit of a daft thing to do, but he was off chasing good vibes, so I didn't put it past him. Now, I reckon that I didn't give it about 10 minutes before I tried again, at which point Martin would surely respond. But again, he didn't. It was just radio silence, and it got very creepy very quickly. Now, I remember the exact moment after I said, Martin, are you there, mate? For like the 3rd time, which everyone had this sort of silent collective moment of, oh God. And there was no good reason Martin wasn't responding, so after we'd shaken most of the water out of our gear and packed it all away, we headed off in the direction that he'd walked to go look for him. Now, as we moved, the birthday boy tried to reassure us by suggesting the radio had just simply failed. He said the battery might have died, or it had reached its maximum range, or maybe it just couldn't handle the bumpy terrain. Now, I'll admit, that made me feel a little bit better, but the feeling that something was wrong didn't go away, and it only got worse as we made our way up to higher ground. The higher up the hillside we got, the more we got a bird's eye view of the area that we slept overnight at. Now, we'd hoped that we might spot Martin wandering around, but he was nowhere to be seen. As the ground ahead leveled out and we hit a small section of woodland, we started calling out Martin's name in the hopes that he might hear us. We'd already tried calling him out on his mobile a few times, but the phone's reception in the area was so bad that we could even squeeze a text. Maybe couldn't even squeeze a text message, I'm not sure. This probably couldn't. But half the dudes who get all the girls in high school right now are losers. That's good. Can you tell him to get back on the wag? Can you walk off being an incel? You can't walk off being an incel, but I think all you really got to do is just go to the gym, you know what I mean? Go work out. Like, there's so many fucking, like, weird, hot dudes who, like, you know, they're into, like, powerlifting or some shit, but they're, like, borderline autistic or something. And if you just, like, keep lifting, someone is in, like, get the muscle, like, lock in on your diet, someone is eventually just going to, like, naturally want to fuck you. That's just how it works. Like, some of the weirdest, like, most socially inept people I've ever met have gotten chicks, but they just look good. That's all you really need to do for the most part, is, like, look as good as possible, and someone is going to, like, bypass all the expectations they have for you. Now you never want to lift ever again in the gym. Wait, why? What did I say that made you not want to lift? Half the dudes who got all the girls in high school end up taking them to Baraska. That's, yeah, usually the technique. All you got to do is bench 315. Probably don't even need to bench 315. Like, if you can get to, like, 225 on all of your lifts and get yourself to, like, 15% body fat, you're probably set, in my opinion. No, you don't do steroids. Steroids are for dummies. The steroids will just make things worse. But that doesn't mean people on steroids still don't have, like, there's always going to be some chick who's going to, like, deal with the roid heads, strange freakouts. You're pretty shredded. Well, there you go. You're set. You're good to go. Now get out there and socialize. Don't forget to get 5-inch line up too. What's the 5-inch line? Like your vertical jump? Get your vertical jump above 5 inches. Do I only care about physical appearance? No, I like people with good personalities too. I'm just telling you what, like, is going to get you in the door. You know what I mean? Like, are you going to, if you're doing job interviews, are you going to, like, take a job interview with someone who's wearing, like, fucking sweatpants and has, like, a, you know, 1 month homeless guy beard? Probably not. You can get to 99.9% body fat, it's smooth sailing, but that's true. Honestly, if you can get on, like, my 600-pound life via massive bulking, from that point you're going to be world famous anyways. So, like, she's going to want you to lay on top of her, and then after you lay on top of her, like, at 600 pounds there's pretty much no chance she's leaving. You thought women like tall dudes? Yeah, you're good, dude. Tall, like, how tall? Like 6, if you're 6'3", rock and roll, broski. Just get like a little bit funny and wear, like, bracelets and rings. Maybe like a stupid ass mustache for a little while if you're not too old. 6'6", bro, you're set, man. Just get your fashion down. Maybe smoke a joint. In the first relationship where my partner doesn't engage in sex, I've resorted to a naughty chai AI. I'm gonna be honest with you. No, you know, I'm not gonna be honest. I'm gonna hold back my honesty on that one. Butt jokes, check. Fat jokes, check. What fat jokes? What fat fucking joke did I make? I was talking, it was a popularity joke. If you're on my 600-pound life, you're probably going to be famous, world famous. You're going to be the most well-known fat person. You might not be around for very long, but you're going to be known. You're going to be remembered in the Akashic records. They will chant your name. He fed a village. When we butchered him and put him in a beef roast. What's wrong with being fat? I don't know, honestly. What is wrong with it? What the hell's wrong with everyone, guys? Stop making us go to the gym. Everybody just wants to eat Doritos and chill. So if we could just all lower our standards a little fucking bit, I can finally get back to baseline. Can you please tell your real first kiss age? That was my real first kiss age, honestly. And then it was like literally, I was in fucking like preschool. I got pinned together. I remember like pushed against the fucking like one of those like metal fences. They're like, and then it was just literally nothing for. So I was like 24. It was the least consensual first kiss of all time. I'm fairly certain the teacher told her to do it too. D-Boy Low, thank you for the 2, my friend. You're 24? Well, this is your year, bro. This is your year. 21 Country Life, thank you. Good to see you. Do I remember her name? I feel like she was like Russian or something. I like have some vague memory of her being like Russian. Like some type of just get what you want when you want type vibe, you know what I mean? Like annexing the territory of my lips type shit, you know what I'm saying? We'd already tried calling him on his mobile a few times, but the phone reception in the area was so bad that we couldn't even squeeze a text message through. We also kept trying the radio in between calling out for him, but he still didn't respond, and the longer we went without contact, the more and more frightened we got. I mean, it was like something just sort of snatched him out of thin air, and having covered the ground that he must have walked on, it made zero sense that we hadn't found him already. Birthday Boy then suggested that we'd bored. Birthday Boys then suggested that we'd bored him away with our arguing and that he might have spontaneously decided to just go home after having his smoke. But that wasn't Martin. He wasn't so passive-aggressive as to just march back to the train station while ignoring us on the radio. If he disappeared like that, it wasn't voluntary. We found a decent spot to camp in that wooded area I mentioned, but we didn't pitch our tents right then. Instead, we only dropped our bags and then walked right back to where we came to carry it. The world is a vampire. Sent to drain. Look at the 60% women in the chat, just like last time. Did we do? Were you? Is that what it was? In the previous Secret Destroyers. Yeah, was that the same? Did that line up from the same as previously? Do I like gabagool? Like the shit that Tony Soprano eats? Instead, we only dropped our bags and then walked right back the way we came to carry on looking for Martin. Now, I was getting pretty frustrated with the walkie-talkie not working, so I gave it to Chris, the guy we'd talked out of getting a B&B, and so he could take a turn trying to get Martin. We didn't have our packs on at the time either, so we were able to move around a lot faster and a lot more spread out so we could cover more ground. I remember at one point, me and the birthday boy were on some higher ground and still in the trees, while Chris walked down God damn it, man. I can't make it through shit. Yeah, girls, get the vote up. We're gonna need the dudes to lie and say we're gonna need some liars in the chat. I remember at one point, me and the birthday boy were on some higher ground and still in the trees, while Chris walked down towards the lake to look around. Now, the birthday boy and I exchanged a few words about how concerned we were for Martin, then suddenly, we heard Chris shouting for us. We went running off to find him and found him running up towards us, and when he stopped, he looked terrified as he told us that Martin had contacted him in the radio. I knew it wasn't going to be bad. I knew it was going to be bad, but when I asked Chris what Martin said, his reply made my blood run cold when he stated, "Let me out." You know, there are those 5 stages of grief, and 2 are like denial and bargaining. That's what took over in the moments after Chris claimed Martin had whimpered "let me out" into the radio. The birthday boy and I were like, "Are you sure he didn't say something else? Or it's a prank, he's trying to scare us. Of course he is, it's almost Halloween." But Chris was adamant. The voice was male, and he was certain. And he said a bunch of other stuff too, but the thing he heard for definite was "let me out," and it sounded like whoever said it was in pain. Obviously, at that point, the situation went from eerie but simple, where Secret Destroyer. Just like when I lie, I get political texts from the opposing party. Yeah, I'm voting for you. Just so they don't come to your house and kill you. Did a lot of girls like me in school? Did you have a glow up? I definitely had like a glow up from like end of high school into college because I lost a lot of like weight. But yeah, I don't know. You know, it wasn't like, if they did like me, they didn't say anything. Because I would hiss at them. Justin, are you in Mexico? Which part of Mexico? You peaked in high school? But who knows? Maybe you didn't. Maybe there's still time. Oh, I thought I found money in my back pocket, but it was a receipt. It was actually a bill. It'd be funny if you found a bill on the ground and you just had to pay it. People who lose weight have a glow up after high school. Right. Well, yeah, I mean, I saw that happen to a lot of friends, honestly. But then, like, later in life, since, like, the body is sort of, like, already existed at that point, it's just as easy for them to get, like, fat again, sadly. I peaked in middle school, and even then it was bad. I pooped in middle school. You peaked at 26 and peaked again at 56. That's awesome. We're just looking for our peak. We're looking for our Mount Everest. We want to be above the clouds. If you liked a girl but she didn't want to rush a relationship, would you still be friends with her? Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. I don't even, like, you know, it's one of those things where I find like the most successful sort of relationships-esque experiences is where the girl likes you like way more than, you know, not like way more than you like them, but like there's like a disproportionate amount of like pre-existing like from the girl towards you as the guy than the other way around. Because I've never found any sort of success coming, you know, to a girl and she just has no interest, you know what I mean? Because it's like, it's kind of just one of those things where, I don't know, what's the point of like chasing after somebody kind of vibe, you know what I mean? What's up, Lucy? Any heard anything from King Spook? No, I haven't, no. I hope he's doing okay. You're at your highest weight in your life at 140. Well, I mean, I don't know, that's kind of like average, I feel like, for the most part. But if you're not happy with it, you know, you have it. You can change it. You just gotta count. You know what I mean? Do the macro counting and all that kind of shit. But Joel, you gotta chase love. I mean, it would be nice if you had like an affection for somebody and then you went out of your way to do it and they were just like, yes, you know. But if it was one of those things where you kind of have to embarrass yourself or put yourself low to like, please, please, please be with me. Like, that's just, I don't know. I can't imagine like any girl ever being turned on by like you know what I mean? Like slowly learning to like you. I feel like if they like slowly learn to like you or something, then it's probably just as easily the relationship would probably fall apart in the long run. You know what I mean? I don't know. King Spook wasn't well last time he was streaming years ago, having a mental breakdown and saying everyone needs to die type of not well. Yeah. Many such cases. Do I really know, do you know Corpse Husband? I don't know Corpse Husband, no. I mean, we've talked a few times, but it was never like extensive or anything. It was very just like touch base type thing, and that's it. So and I really genuinely have no idea what he's up to for like years at this point. Can't seem to get asked on a date. These guys don't seem to pursue women anymore. Yeah, it's scary, you know what I mean? Like, it's a scary thing because it's like because you're kind of just like, I don't know, there's a bit of a message of stay away from me sometimes, and then there's like, and then it's also like, it's the guy's pride, right? Where if they go up and they try to like pursue something with you and then the person says no, like it you know, it dissipates over time, and maybe it gets easier the more people you ask, but I don't know. But honestly, don't sleep on, as a woman, going up and like just making it like painfully obvious for a dude that you like him, or like going out of the way for him. Because like sometimes it sounds bad, but there's a large degree of confidence that like sometimes a guy's mother or a guy's dad, you know, just did not give them, right? Like sometimes the way the society works and how isolated everyone is, the guy's mother, the guy's dad, like just didn't give them confidence, right? The sport they played didn't give them confidence. Maybe they didn't do that. Like there's all sorts of things that stepwise along the way have led them to being comfortable, like asking a girl out, right? And so like if you get to be that first chick who goes up and gives the dude confidence, it would go a long ass way. Who knows? That might be your like husband you're just like selecting out of the crowd, right? And he might just be a nerd. He literally just might be a nerd and just needs you to like, you know, just be like, okay, yeah, let's go on a date. Fuck it, yeah. You know, yeah, confidence is a major turn on, but I think that we're in like a confidence drought right now with like for men. I think we're in a major confidence drought for men, and it's just not like a outright skill that's just like pounded into one's head. Yeah, you could literally glow a guy up. You could give him like such an astounding sense of like manliness. Why do you think that is? Let's discuss it. Well, I don't know. I guess there's just not as much socializing, perhaps. I mean, think about it. Like, think about a little fucking middle school nerd kid right now. What's a little middle school nerd ass kid doing right now? Baseline. He's playing fucking Minecraft. He's drinking sugary drinks. He's doing no physical activity. Blah, blah, blah. Even he's a loser, right? But at the same time, there's a lot more of that nowadays because there's not as much expectation. And yes, it is the parents' fault, but it's also society moving to those like degree of comfort levels for everyone at all times, that there's no expectation in middle school where you normally would be going out and building these like the riz or the social skills that you would normally develop expected upon the youth, right? And so, you know, that same sort of boy who develops over a period of time may have just never, because of a cascade and a snowballing of that type of personality, just like never developed those skills. But it doesn't mean they can't. It's just that like at a young age it was not thrust upon them, and you know, usually by the parents getting them involved in sports or physical activity or encouraging them to go do social events and just building those skills, you know, forcing challenge upon them. And so, you know, no rites of passage of sorts, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, you know, if you as the woman just know deep down from me that if you went up to a guy, you would stand a very strong chance by just like taking the lead, as sad as that sounds. Like we've reached that point. And so therefore, that's probably just what the guy needs, is someone to come up and just let him know like, hey, he is worthy of procreating. He is worthy of, you know, fucking having a goddamn girlfriend. You know what I mean? What do you personally think makes men today largely not confident? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's an unfamiliar. I mean, why are you not confident around? Like, why is someone not confident around cats? Why is someone not confident around dogs? Why is someone not confident around spiders? It's because the mystery, right? It's the mystery of it. You have a picture that a dog bites. You have a picture that a cat scratches. You have a picture in your mind that a spider fucking wraps you in a web and sucks out your juices in a not cool way, you know? And so same with like a little boy's mentality towards a woman. He sees someone that is going to hurt his confidence. He sees someone that's going to hurt his identity, his sense of, just his sense of belonging, his ego, all these things that need lifting up. You know what I mean? I know it sounds corny, right? But they just need lifting up. And these things usually get lifted up during their developmental years, from, you know, puberty onward, through activity, through socializing. And now most of our socializing is done through fucking playing goddamn Roblox or something stupid, or playing, you know, Fortnite or whatever they're playing. Like, it's just, you're not getting that like face-to-face eye contact. You're not getting that. It's all the shit you've heard a million times. But that's so sadly, it's going to require like something deep within a woman that's going to be antithetical to what they normally want from a man, which is a man to like lead or you know, kind of just come at them with their bullshit and then they'll figure it out or whatever. Like now it's but I'm telling you, like, it's almost like you need to be, as the woman, sadly, you don't need to be this, but you can be. I'm just saying you can be the one who takes a match and this man is like covered in fucking gasoline, not physically, not literally, but like he just has potential. There's potential for a huge fire to be ignited within this young man or older man, you know, sometimes, you know, if the Peter Pan bullshit has gone on long enough, right? And you just need to take that match and throw it on them, and your words that you say to them could literally be that which like starts that fire. So, and now and you get to him early, and now you got a cool fucking husband or something that's yours, and nobody else, and he's a fucking nerd, so like he's not gonna cheat on you, right? Probably not. I feel like girls like projects, don't they? They like a nice fucking nerdy Minecraft man project. It's literally Clark Kent becoming Superman, and you could be the one that like rips open his suit, and then the S is just under there. Transform that oily pile of rags into a glorious bonfire to roast marshmallows. Exactly. You can do it. I promise you. You will save the population of Japan. We will repopulate the mainland. Some people stay insecure and toxic even if you do give them a chance. Being a nerd doesn't mean they will be a good partner just because they won't cheat. That's not the point, though, dude. That's not the fucking point. The point is that there's a lot of insecurities in those men that, like, I mean, what do you all, I mean, yeah, go fuck Genghis Khan, you know what I mean? Not everyone can fuck Genghis Khan, right? If we're going to exist in this, like, monogamous society, like, not everyone gets to have sex with the biggest Chad bro all the fucking time. Like, I'm just letting you know that if you want to go and save the population from its, like, retreating numbers, you, I promise you, have the ability to go and wake something up inside of them. Insecurities can make people assholes. Yeah, I get it. I feel like I didn't explain myself well. But I'm trying to approach it from a different perspective. So the takeaway, hang out at the gym and you two can get your own project that may or may not blow up in your face. What the fuck, guys? I'm literally I'm trying to fucking help you. I'm trying to say, if you want a dude and you don't get why dudes don't come up to you and ask you the fuck out, it's because everyone exists in a nonstop state of insecurity, and literally that little bit of insecurity might just because no one ever told them they looked nice in yellow, is all I'm saying. No one ever came up to them and said they had a nice haircut. No woman ever came up to them and just said like, whoa, dude, I like that belt. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you gotta like adopt a Build-A-Bear project. I'm not saying you gotta fucking like, but I'm just saying that the project is literally already built. All it needs is a little bit of fucking lube. How did I overcome insecurity? It was just, a lot of it was just like physical. A lot of it was literally like, okay, I did sports. Okay, I like lost weight. Okay, I like build muscle. Okay, I socialized. And literally at that point, once I had like all of the foundational structures there, and then it came to the socializing part, I was like, oh wow, suddenly like now girls want to like actually talk to me, and like the jokey nature that I naturally had within myself with my dude friends, it just like, now that I was like in shape, I was able to manifest that twofold to a woman, and it was just like, it just sort of builds upon itself, and then all of a sudden it's like, I don't know, it's just like basic pattern recognition about like figuring out who you are in relation to the opposite sex kind of thing. Once you wear their skin, you find you more attractive on an instinctual, exactly. You just capture enough people in your basement and they just literally can't get away. I've worked on myself for too hard and too long to tolerate someone who doesn't do that for themselves. Is that what I said, though? That's not what I said. I'm just saying, like, if you like a guy, go fucking talk to him. That's all I'm fucking saying. Anyways, Jesus Christ. You don't have to, like, overcomplicate it. Obviously, at that point, the situation went from eerie but simple, where where's our mate gone, to the more serious, we need to call 999 right now. But like I mentioned, the phone reception in that area was absolute dog crap. That meant we had to run all the way back to the country lane back near where we were camped previously and just hope a car came along that we could flag down. Luckily, it took only about 10 minutes before we saw this van driving down the lane, and after flagging it down, the driver let us hop into the back. A few minutes later, he dropped us right back. But guys are pickier than girls. I know so many girls who are 10s and date guys that are 3s. Do you edit your own videos? Do you edit immediately after the stream ends, or do you have your editor? I edit my own videos. I usually do it like the day after. Sometimes I'll like edit the night of, but then that just keeps me up super late. Bronchial spasms. I didn't even alert my mom until I woke up. Oh. Which surgery was it again that you had? Not that you had to say, but... What do you use to edit your own videos? I use Sony Vegas. And then I'll put it into Audacity to like remove the background noise and then bring it back into Sony Vegas. To like edit, to like render the video. I assumed you had your own editor like most YouTubers. My editing is like super simple, obviously. It's just like still frame shit on the screen, and so like the editing of the audios doesn't take me like too long. And I just have always done it, so I'm just kind of used to the process. Like it genuinely would be like way slower if I feel like it would be like way slower if I had to like send it off to somebody. I'd almost be like annoyed with them, like waiting around for them to like edit my shit. We're on a schedule, folks. I'm like that rabbit with like the clock pointing at the clock over and over again. The worst part is they don't realize that most girls will say yes if you ask them out, but most guys 1 to 10s are asking out girls 10s, and girl 1 to 9 are often single and never asked out. That's true too. I mean, it's kind of like that Beautiful Mind part where he's like, if we all go for the beautiful blonde, then all the other ones, after they see us ask her out, won't want to be with us. But if we skip her and go for the 1s and the 1s to 9s, then all of our friends, we're all going to get lucky that night. Hey, Babes Mariba with the 10 says, Day of the Dead, my birthday, sup weirdo. Happy birthday, Babes. What are you doing? Are you getting crunk? Which is why I don't care about looks, and I really don't want guys to care about my looks. I want you to want me when I'm 99 in a bag of milk. A bag of milk. At least you still have some milkies. When I was younger, I would say yes to everyone who asked me out, and even if I didn't like them, I regret it. See? Now you gotta just go ask the guys you want. And who knows, maybe he'll surprise you. Be like, oh shit, okay. Or you'll surprise him. You don't remember anything about Beautiful Mind? I just remember that one scene. There was like a few other, but that was just that one scene where it was like him going through the logic of like picking out chicks. I asked a woman out and she said that she had a boyfriend. She lied, so what's the point? Well, right, yeah, exactly. But it's like if you went out and you tried to catch a fish, right? And you fucking didn't catch any. Are you just gonna starve to death? A lot of us would say yes. See, that's what I'm saying. The idea of like, what's the point? It affects your psyche, right? It affects the guys. It affects both of ours, both men and women's like sense of ego, our sense of self when we're essentially like rejected. That sense of rejection, and it's sometimes very difficult to overcome. But I think if you can somehow do it enough, eventually the sting of being told no should start to sting less and less, you know what I mean? But all you can really do in the meantime is just continue to try to like better yourself as much as you can and give it another whirl, you know, and see where you land. Like you got to go back and train your attributes and then go fight that boss again. And if you get shit on like Dark Souls, you fuck it, we ball regardless, you know. Need Pete Davidson, Riz. I'll be honest with you, I feel like half the reason Pete Davidson gets girls is because he probably has a fucking bag of cocaine. Every celebrity he dates is probably just like one of those pre-organized sort of like, let's get you with like ugly fish lips looking fucking Pete Davidson, and then everyone in the news media will talk about you for a week. You can do cocaine together, and then you can break up after you find out that he's a fucking weirdo. Oh, he's got a donkey dong. Oh, that's good, though. Well, thank God for that. I was curious. You're going to open a kissing booth where you reject men so they can practice and desensitize. It's just, that might fall under the definition of a brothel, so be very careful. Trav Squish, thank you for the 2. Your passion deserves a tidbit. Thank you. I like Pete. His first SNL sketch was funny. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen him in anything funny or interesting. He's in like a Verizon commercial or like a Subway sub commercial. It's like the last thing I've seen. Dan with the 2, so I went to his Babes for Halloween. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate you, bro. Am I an ass man or a milk bubbles kind of guy? I myself enjoy go either way. I'm the guy who's just happy to be there. Yeah, I probably like butts more, honestly. I like, I'm not really gonna lose my mind over a pair of tits. But just a beautiful face and a beautiful personality to go along would be ideal. A few minutes later, he dropped us almost right back where we'd started that previous day. And this was only a few miles from where Mart or Martin? Most of the post-1999 SNL crew are depressed. Most of the depressed? What do you mean depressed? Probably because the show sucks ass and they're like forced to like shove political nonsense down your throat all day, and they can't actually be funny because the audience that they captured just seemingly will fucking crucify them if they're actually interesting. His dad died during 9/11. Oh, okay, well then let me say he's the funniest guy on earth then. This is only a few miles from where Martin... Was it Martin? What was the friend's name? Mart? As in all SNL retirees have alcoholism. Oh, you think... Well, at this point... Oh, yeah. At this point, if you're like on SNL, you might as... Well, I guess post-1999, it's like social media wasn't that big. So what they should have did was just like get their podcast going. And you would think that it would be pretty easy for them to get roles, but comedy anymore, at least in the modern era, is very independently driven. So like your podcast, your stand-up comedy tours, all that bullshit, you know what I mean? Like, look, I mean, who are the biggest like comedians right now? Like Shane Gillis, Tim Dillon, all those boys, you know what I mean? Like it's they travel, they independently fund their bullshit with their podcasts and all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of what you got to do. Bill Cosby. Like 90s SNL crew had success, and the ones after very sad and soulless. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I obviously loved... Was Will Ferrell in the 90s, or was that 2000s? Obviously, he had his success. Of course, I wonder about him sometimes. Maybe he's just like retired and chilling, but I haven't seen him in fucking anything in forever. Mad TV great in the SNL. Dude, Bobby Lee has not aged a single day. Can I just say that? Like, Bobby Lee is in his 50s, I think, and he looks identical to what he looked like back on his Mad TV days. It's kind of impressive. Mama Bear Storm, thank you for the 2, Mama Bear. Shane is a one-trick pony. Yeah, what do you mean by one-trick pony? Because obviously he's got one of the more successful Patreons for his podcast with like his Shane and Matt's secret podcast or whatever, and then he does his stand-up, which is quite successful, and then... Do you just mean like the character he plays is the one-trick pony concept? Which I can understand, but obviously I think a lot of people still like it regardless, and then they like his interviews because he's very real about most stuff. I mean, he definitely holds back in some regards, but Big bless, Joel, yet disappointed to hear a bunch of whining. I probably just tuned in at the wrong time. Oh, what am I whining about? I mean, this is the streams. I don't know. The streams is just me recording and then yapping. But I guess I'd just be whining and dining. Larry the Cable Guy, what happened to him? I don't know. Is he still alive? He's probably just retired. I thought you meant Shane from like Stardew Valley. Shane from Stardew Valley. Is there a character? That's who I'm referencing. The world's greatest comedian. A Stardew Valley character. This was only a few miles from where Martin had gone missing, but more importantly, it had phone reception. And it was Chris that put the 999 call in while me and Birthday Boy listened. He sounded as panicked as we felt as he described what had happened, then, after taking Martin's name, the dispatcher told us that she was going to try something. Since the most likely explanation was that Martin had been hurt and... Oh, he fell down into a hole or something. GTA 6, what do you think? What do you think? Going to play it? I think so. Some people were saying that like GTA 6 is going to have its like an entire like role-playing economy like within it. Like to the extent that people can make money on YouTube. Some people were thinking that there's going to be like things within like the RP aspects of GTA 6 where you could literally like make an entire shit ton of money like owning property within like a GTA 6 RP server. I don't know, just like stuff like that. I don't know exactly how that would play out, if it's like crypto related or what, but am I going to play GTA 5 again before GTA 6? I sadly never finished GTA 5. I should just go back and bang through it. I forget exactly where I stopped. I feel like it was after one of like the bigger heists. Since the most likely explanation was that Martin had been hurt in some way, she was going to check her database for any ambulance patients with the same name. That way, she might be able to find out what had happened to him and where he was headed. But then a minute or two later, the dispatcher comes back on the line to tell us that she's found Martin. You might think we greeted that news with relief, but we were still very much under the assumption that he's been a medical emergency. And she might have found him, but that didn't mean that he was okay. So when she said it, we were just sort of like, okay, go on. Martin was fine, and hearing that was when the relief hit. But the dispatcher also told us that he wasn't 100% okay, because he'd been arrested. All she could tell us was that by law was that he'd been nicked by the police just a few hours before, and he was being held at the police station in Abergavenny. Anybody ever been to Abergavenny? Abergavenny. Is that how you say that? Do. Abergavenny. Okay, we got it. I just want to make sure. No worries at all. All she could tell us was that by law was that he'd been nicked by the police just a few hours before, and he was being held at the police station at Abergavenny. And we're just thinking, what? What did he get arrested for? And we were given the number of Abergavenny police station, and after we called them, we found out Martin was most likely going to be Hey, Lanning, thank you for the 2. Happy birthday, babes. Happy birthday. Abergavenny. Abracadabra-vaveni. I clicked on the live stream while the surround speakers were still on. Oh, nice. It's wake everybody up in the house. We were given the number of Abergavenny police station, and after we called them, we found out Martin was most likely going to be released that evening after he'd been formally processed. At which point the long and arduous process of retrieving our gear and traveling to Abergavenny began. We were on the train and almost at the town's train station when Martin called us. He'd been released and was waiting for us at the pub near the train station. Then when we met, everyone was sitting down with a cold pint and Martin told us what had happened to him. Remember that country lane that I mentioned? The one that we used to hitch a ride down the road a bit? Well, that's exactly where Martin had walked after rolling his joint. He said that he'd found a tree stump that looked like a nice seat, but it was soaked after the night's rain, so instead of sitting down, he just started walking up and down the quiet lane, puffing away on his smoke. And he walked... Dude, I'm so fucked. Morgan Swoley, thank you for and welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. He walked right up to a bend in the track, and the morning's still peaceful. And the morning's... What the fuck is being said in this shit? I don't know why, I just can't follow it. He walked right up to a bend in the track, and the morning's still peaceful. The morning's... It's like, what it... Like, why is it past tense and then it's current tense? I don't know why that's... He walked right up to a bend in the track, and the morning's still peaceful and quiet. But right as he turns around, he hears an engine coming up the lane around the bend. He said that he thought it was just a farmer, someone who probably wouldn't pay him much attention. But when he looked back to see who was coming round that bend, he saw a police car. Now Martin is about 6 foot with bright red hair, and back then he wore a purple jacket and had his hair in dreadlocks. So as the coppers drove around the bend at 6:46 in the morning, all they saw was this giant white Rasta wearing bright purple. White Rasta. Jesus fuck. Dude, if all he got arrested with was some weed, that'd be the stupidest fucking shit ever. Didn't know I had so many British fans. Yeah, the British fans are pretty mixed bag. It's 50-50 in the United States. Well, maybe 60-40. Well, not even 50-40, and then various other countries around the world. Well, Canada, Australia, all that kind of stuff. Mainly English speaking. So as the cops drove around the bend at 6:46 in the morning, all they saw was this giant white Rasta wearing bright purple who had a massive joint hanging out of his mouth. They were always going to give chase, or at least stop him to ask what he was about. What are you about? They were always going to give chase, or at least stop him to ask what he was about, and Martin knew this all too well. So instead of staying put to be questioned, hectored, and inevitably arrested, Martin decided to leg it. And he didn't get far. One policeman jumped out on sight while the other zoomed ahead and cut Martin off. He said he looked for a fence to hop or a gap in the hedge to squeeze through, and then by the time he realized that he was buggered, the police were quite literally on top of him. All he had on him was one spliff, but running meant that police hit him with a possession and attempting to flee a lawful stop or something like that. And that meant that they could drag him down to the station for processing, which they did, and that's why it seemed like something had just snatched him out of thin air. because for all intents and purposes, something had. It was only prior to transportation, when the police were patting him down, that Martin realized that walkie-talkie's cheap clip had... God damn it, is this really what the story turned into? Is like he got arrested for weed. That's stupid as shit, dude. Who's ready for the beaver supermoon? Me. Me. It was only prior to transportation, when the police were patting him down, that Martin realized that... Oh my god. I just want to get this fucking story over with. This is stupid. It was only prior to transportation, when the police were patting him down, that Martin realized the walkie-talkie's cheap clip had fallen free from his jacket while running, but he was in no position to ask to retrieve it, and off they went to the station. I remember the four of us sitting around that table all kind of ripping on Martin for getting arrested while remarking on the sheer bad luck of it all. But then Chris was suddenly like, well, hang on. Who was asking for help over the radio then? And the table was silent. Martin asked what we were on about, and then when we explained, it was his turn to think a prank was being pulled on him. And when we asked him to promise us that he hadn't said, "let me out," over the radio, Martin assured us that he hadn't used the radio at all. He'd walked off, taken a few puffs, and then, Bob's your uncle, he was in cuffs. No radio usage whatsoever, and he certainly hadn't said, "let me out," after the cops are... Oh, okay, so this has gotten creepier. The super smooth beaver moon. What does Bob's your uncle actually mean? I don't know. It's like some weird Britishism that I think is like... Maybe they have to do a paternity test. An uncle-learnity test to determine if it's your actual real uncle. No radio usage whatsoever. And he certainly hadn't said, "let me out," after the cops put him in the car. But that left us all asking the question, who did? These days, we all collectively choose to believe that just in the case of that man near the lake who tried to convince us it was haunted, the weird radio transmissions were more of the same. Someone had found the radio, heard us asking, "Mart, are you there?" and thought to themselves, how can I scare the pants off these numpties? What are these fucking British terms, bro? What's a fucking numpty? It's a British version of your mama joke. I think so. Probably it. A numpty dumpty. Someone had found the radio, heard us asking, "Mart, are you there?" and thought to themselves, how can I scare the pants off these numpties in as few words as possible? Well, if that was you, and you just so happen to be listening to this, then well done. What you did had proved an enduring mystery to us, and one we care not to think about during those quiet midnight hours when alternative and much darker explanations begin to rear their ugly heads. Bob's your uncle feels like an old British version of 6'7". How do I like my eggs? Honestly, I don't mind them anyway. I mean, poached is so good, especially on the bread. But lately, I'm just like, fuck it, dude. Scramble my shit. I don't even care. Just get it in my stomach. But if you ever had eggs with like coconut, like cooked in coconut oil, it gives it a certain sweetness to it that I really like. Yeah, just put the eggs on my plate. Oh shit. That one took entirely too long. I guess because I ranted. I was whining. I whined for a while. I whinged. I waffled. I was blue waffling on. Stick to your little stories. Isn't that weird? I mean, just think about that. You advocate, like, I advocated that maybe you don't, like, just think back to that. Think how psychotic these people's brains are. Advocating for the fact that you shouldn't kill your political opposition, and someone says, stick to your little stories. Like, stay out of the way, bucko. You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know, man. Read for us, reading narrator boy. I mean, I get it. That is technically my job, but I don't know. Forgive me for saying, hey, don't kill people. It's fucking just crazy. It's just crazy how bad, like, hive minds can get. Just over 20 years ago now, back in the fall of 2003, myself and my buddy Daryl decided to head out on a weekend of hunting and camping here in our native Wyoming. It had been a good 6 years since our last trip, on account of Daryl getting married and having children, and we'd missed it something awful, I'll tell ya. Daryl had always said, once the boys are out of diapers, I'll have time for trips again. And then boom, he went and had another one, and the process started all over again. But then when his first kid was 6 and his second was almost 3, his wife hit him with divorce papers, and he got a DUI that same week. He might have had a chance if it wasn't for that intox charge, but with his wife's attorney being able to paint him as some drunk and a deadbeat, he didn't have a leg to stand on like most men. She took the kids, the house, the dog, and half his money. Daryl got to keep his business in the car, but that was pretty much it. And the first thing I asked once he told me all about this was, well, what do you want to do about it? And he thought for a few seconds and then just said, let's go hunting. Now cut to about a week later, hunting season is in full swing, and Daryl and I are way out in the sticks setting up camp for the next couple of days. And it was the most alive I'd ever seen him in a while, and doing something that we hadn't done in a while made me feel about 10 years younger. I made sure to avoid all the topics related to families or relationships too, and stuck to football and hunting and just reminiscing to keep him firmly in that bubble of escape, even if it was only for a short while. And once we were set up and had our blaze on, get your blaze on. Joel, do you still ever match the tone of the story by changing your voice? A few compilations came up for a few years ago, and I swear you have like vocal fry added to one of your stories. I guess if... Oh, what? I don't know. Maybe if it's like an old naked old lady, the scariest form of horror, maybe I'll add a little bit of vocal fry. Let's blaze. 6'7" actually equals sick is Evan. Just means people named Evan are really fucking cool. Shit. When you say jelly bean, want some jelly beans? That's just Red Dead. Isn't it weird that there are always about 500 people here, but only about 20 chatting? All these people are silently watching us. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think a lot of the reasons that because if you really think about the internet as a whole, right? Like, there's probably a lot of it is just like passive observers lurking, or lurkers, as they say. And so, like, you're always going to get like a comment section that's going to be filled with the most vocal people. And who are the most vocal people usually? Obviously, they can be people who are very thankful in the case of my channel, but like this sort of thing applies to like things like Twitter or various other videos, or just people vocalizing their frustrations about something. I don't know. I think the most vocal people tend to be usually the most not even keeled, we'll say, and therefore not a direct correlation of how the majority of most people actually feel. I think most people genuinely are just sort of like the majority of the population of most humans are just passive observers who look at things, and if they want to subscribe, they subscribe. If they want to leave, they leave. They don't announce their departure like a flight ever, right? And hence why I think kind of like with this stream, it's, you know, me sitting here just even yapping right now is such a strong deviation from what is usually experienced with like a story, that kind of makes sense why like sometimes the stream itself doesn't really necessarily grow, because at the end of the day, people just want like uninterrupted, like that one guy who was like a truck driver who came in and said I was whining. Yeah, I know he didn't mean whining in like a negative way, but at the same time, it's like that probably is a sort of disappointing experience for some people, where they come in here expecting just like spooky time, and then it's just me sort of like having a blue waffle, you know. You guys actually fall asleep to Joel. He's too stimulating for me. I'm too locked into snooze. Well, I think the normal stories might knock you out, Justin. I don't know if you ever try to sleep with those. I know you're not a story listener or whatever, but other people don't know how to jump in the ongoing conversations. It's a little intimidating at times to just come in and immediately try to like make friends or feel involved or even get noticed, I guess. You know, it's just a different realm. I think like sitting there putting on like scary stories to fall asleep, it's a very intimate experience, and then like here in the chat it's like maybe not quite as intimate per se. Not for me, and I do listen to your stories literally all. Oh, you do? Oh, I didn't even know you were into them, Justin. That's funny. I thought if someone in here, maybe it was Matthew or something, says he like doesn't actually listen to the videos, just comes into the streams. He just woke up from sleeping to the stream. Nice. Welcome back. Welcome back, soldier. Oh yeah. Yeah, Matt Garrett, son. Lol. His full government name. We'll be sending someone around to collect you. I swear your like normal username said like Matthew or something. I don't even know. Anyways, I'm gonna say your first and middle name so you know you're in trouble. It's only weird when you pop into a stream and the streamer is passive aggressive going off because you said Angela Anaconda wasn't actually better than Digimon. What is Angela Anaconda? I've never even heard of that. Also, I feel like I totally missed out on like enjoying Digimon when I was a kid. I had like some sort of weird obsession with Pokemon that I just wouldn't allow Digimon to even enter my mind. Do I have a middle name? I do, yeah. The middlest of names. Joel Middleton. Joel Middle Namington. When someone's live stream gets too big, it gets too hard to have a conversation because the chat is zipping by too fast. I think the weirdest thing with live streams, just from like a meta standpoint, is like, think about the biggest live streamers, right? A lot of them exist within Twitch. We talked about this before. But I'll be honest with you, like, the weird aspect of them being so big is that they become these huge planets that just can, because of the gravitational pull, they get more and more and more people, even if they're really not that like entertaining or interesting or whatever. And I think that's what's kind of I've experienced observing a lot of like live streamers within the realm of Twitch, where the biggest live streams are, is that most of the live streamers are just not that fucking interesting at all. And then whenever they have like strange aspects of drama that then somehow like perpetuate their bigness or like becomes a big sort of story within their realm, it just continues to solidify to me that they're even more boring, or like the most like innocuous, pointless drama becomes like such a huge deal within the internet. And it's just like, why is anyone even remotely entertained by this bullshit? But I guess it can be a bit addicting to like hate somebody too sometimes. Unless they are the few. You know, I don't know anything about VTubers at all. I don't watch any of them. I never hear about them. I guess VTubers, don't they kind of like lay pretty low? Hey, babes, thank you for the 5 gifters on your birthday. Thank you. Twitch is still a sinking ship at the end of the day. Yeah, do you think, is Kick, like, is it good? I mean, is it a sinking ship as well? Joel Lioge. Yeah, I'll tell you guys all about the drama. It's the most boring shit every day, but like, for some reason, it just like perpetuates some like abstract parasocial nature of things. It's like becomes like an ongoing storyline of pointlessness. It's literally like watching a daily soap opera, but like the most boring. At least in like a soap opera, someone eventually shows up with a pistol and shoots somebody. But in like YouTube, Twitch drama, it's just like so-and-so is 35 and, you know, got like hair plugs or something. You'd watch me on Kick. I don't even know. I mean, I wonder if I can simulcast on there and just see what occurs. I have no idea what like the culture on Kick is, or what even. Isn't it just like mainly gambling is like the primarily thing? See, that's what I need in the background, guys. You guys in the top left, I need to have like a slot machine just like going. Would I use Rumble? I have a Rumble. And I even was in communication with people over at Rumble, and they were very nice. Like, they were like, we're trying to expand our content outside of the realm of just like politics. So like, you know, horror people, like, we'd love to see you over there. And then I made a few videos. They even like helped me out by putting some of them on like the front page, right? And like some of the videos, if you look over on my Rumble channel, got like a couple 100,000 views. But I just don't think anybody really gave a shit over there, even with like those big, they were like, this is fucking stupid, you know? It's good if you want like avoid TOS. Yeah, what even is like the Twitch TOS is so strange because they're so ambiguous with how they approach it. Like, some people can't get away with anything. Like, you get banned for a week, you know, for calling someone fat. But then if you like massage somebody's ass without their permission or something, they'll ban you for like a day if you're a girl. I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. It's a very strange club over there. You should see the Minnesota non-practicing lawyer that started doing Galaxy Gas and Kratom to cheat the drug tests after he got caught doing coke and dark side filling on camera. Fuck, all of that sounds like shit. I need you to explain to me what is even happening. Kendrick Lamar performance. What's happening? Are we supposed to see you as the astronaut actually speaking to us, or is it just an unrelated cool background? You know, I could see myself putting like sort of maybe that'd be kind of sick. Imagine like a digitalized sort of lantern. Like, see how the little pumpkins have, you know, the jack-o'-lantern faces? Imagine like a skull face of sorts, but it's like digitalized, and then it's on that like screen on that guy, and then every time I talk, it like kind of moves with the mouth a little bit. I have no idea how you do that, but I could see that being a thing. The only thing I've seen on Twitch was Kendrick's performance, the one from last summer. I don't know. Kendrick seems kind of like an asshole. Like, he's just so up his own ass about whatever. He needs to just make some fucking jazz beats and shut up. Once we were set up and had our blaze on, which are those bright orange pieces of clothing, we head out into the woods to track some deer. It's a long and slow and very quiet process, but that's exactly what Daryl needed. We took our time with it, and we didn't see much aside from a few squirrels stashing some nuts for winter, but that didn't bother us. It felt far too good to be back where we belonged. Just our rifles, the trees, the forest, and nature. And a couple of hours in, we spotted what looked like 4 or 6 Minnesota drama mention? What's Minnesota? Or yeah, what happened? Dang, Joel, you're at 1.3 million, getting up there. Thanks, bro. Yeah, it's usually get about like 200 to 300 new subscribers a day, which is pretty cool. Definitely not what it used to be as far as like growth goes, but at this point I'm at like the most, I don't know, remember we like looked up the data earlier, or like on a previous stream, and it was like based on how many views I get, based on where I'm at, it's like I was within like the 0.00001%. It was like some really like low odds of actually making YouTube work out. And so the fact that I even was able to do that, like I don't, you know, I don't need much, even though I would like all of it. Oh yeah, somebody said something about Minnesota, but I forget. Did you do a collab with Mr. Ballin? Yeah, we did, but it just, you know, due to contractual differences and obviously the company going different directions with like consolidation and stuff, it just didn't pan out, and that's okay. You know, I still love him. He's a great guy, and yeah, you know, it is what it is. I sold out, yeah. Sold my motherfucking soul, and then they gave it back. They're like, actually, we don't. You can have this. It's gross. It's yucky. Never been to Minnesota, but it looks like straight up snow, like Buffalo, no offense. Yeah, Minnesota's very snowy. Darkness Prevails. What about Darkness? Yeah, he's awesome. I haven't talked to him forever, though. I remember he had a kid, and he, like, turned his shed, I think, into, like, a recording studio, which I thought was pretty cool. Give it a little spit shine. All right. Work harder. Work nonstop for free. Yeah, I did sell my soul to Saturn. Actually, let's check in. How's Saturn Soul doing? I think we got another video coming out Wednesday. Saturn Soul. Have you guys subscribed to Saturn Soul yet? I would really appreciate it if you did. It's kind of crazy. I mean, like, 12 days ago, the latest video getting 56,000 views is, like, pretty sick. Just because, you know, the other ones sometimes don't really move too much, but then it seems like things are starting to move, so I think we're getting it figured out. It's just going to take time, I believe. Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy? You subscribed weeks ago. Thank you, Gracie. A couple of hours in, we spotted what looked like a 4 or 6 person tent off to our left through the trees. And then, presuming whoever owned it was also there to hunt, we figured it was best to just head over to say hi. We were about halfway over when we started yelling, "Howdy," but no one came out of the tent. And then I noticed how Then I noticed how like surrounding. And then I noticed how wait, what? There were a whole bunch of canvas lean-tos sheltering what looked like a big black gun cases. Canvas lean-tos? What the fuck is this talking about? Canvas lean-tos. We were about halfway over when we started yelling howdy, but no one came out of the tent. Okay. First name, what's up, dude? And then I noticed how ringing the entrance, there were a whole bunch of canvas lean-tos sheltering what look. What does ringing mean? Oh, the audio's sketchy? Fuck. Is it good now? It's chopped as fuck. Hello, hello. What? It says the stream quality is good. It's fine. Chat, is he chopped? Am I chopped and clopped? Am I wearing my flip-flops? You can hear me perfectly? Yeah, it's saying that there's no interruptions, so I don't... Someone was saying that there's... It's like every second chopping. Can you reset? It's like as soon as my stream starts to reach 500, it just... The CIA wants me to fail. I thought about starting a channel telling my stories because I've seen and done some crazy stuff. I'm afraid no one will listen to me. I mean, probably, you know, that's just how it is when you first start YouTube, is sometimes nobody listens. But sometimes you, like, post a video with the right thumbnail and, you know, title, and a bunch of people listen, you know. Do I have an extra ticket to go see Tim Dillon? Are you down? Where's it at? Where are you seeing him at? Does anyone know what is choppy as fuck? It's not okay. What the fuck? It says... I don't... Normally when you guys, like, say that it's, like, fucked... Maybe I can check on here. Testing, testing, testing. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's saying for me that it's good, but people are saying there's a chopped. All you can, I mean, just reset your browser or something. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's yeah. Anyways, I'm kind of confused what this sentence is saying. Anybody familiar with QDAR? Like QDAR, like quantum radar? If so, can you tell us about it? We were about halfway over when we started yelling howdy, but no one came out of the tent. And then I noticed, ringing the entrance, there were a whole bunch of canvas lean-tos sheltering what looked like big black gun cases. I realized that they had a whole arsenal out there with them. The tent slept no more than probably 6, but there had to be at least... Yeah, it's just like... I don't know if it's QADAR, but it's like QDAR, all capitals. It's like something to do with... And we can, to remind me to look it up after this, we can look into it. After this story. I realized they had a whole arsenal out there with them. The tent slept no more than 6, but there had to be at least a dozen cases outside of it. I remember Daryl speaking up and saying that it didn't feel right creeping around someone's campsite when they weren't around. Now, I agree we probably should have just moved on once we realized the place was deserted, and I remember hoping that we'd run into whoever owned all those cases so I could find out whose army they were up against. And then I looked up at Daryl, just in time to see the arm of his jacket explode with a spray of the stuffing from inside of it. And then as he was falling, the sound of a gunshot echoed through the trees around us. I fell with him, not because I'd been hit, but because I needed to crawl to him. I had absolutely no idea why the shooter opened fire, but I'd been standing right in front of one of the traps and gun cases. Daryl hadn't, meaning he was still exposed. And as I crawled, I remember seeing the dirt near Daryl's shoulder explode as a bullet slammed into the ground. I told him to roll towards me if he could, and then when he did, grimacing in pain, another bullet hit the dirt right where he'd been laying. And once we had a little cover between us and the shooter, they didn't stop firing. They aimed for the gaps between the cases, trying to hit us by firing over them. and I felt like I was going to void my bowels every time I heard a bullet snap above our heads, but none of them hit. My biggest fear while lying there in the dirt was that one person was firing to keep our heads down, while another was... QDAR like Islam? No, it's like a technology like quantum radar. First Islam and the concept of... Oh no, sorry, it was something else I was talking about. Wasn't there a story about a lady who became impregnated by a bullet? A sperm bullet. A bullet made with jizz. My biggest fear while laying there in the dirt was that while one person was firing to keep our heads down, another was approaching to finish us off. I tried rolling on my side and shouldering my rifle, telling Daryl to stop the bleeding from his arm, but otherwise not to move. And then I waited, shaking with fear, hoping that I could get a decent shot on whoever was approaching before they got the drop on us. But no one approached. And when the firing suddenly stopped, I figured whoever was shooting was having to reload. Daryl recognized it too, and he was already getting ready to find his feet when I told him it was time to move. He didn't even try to bring his rifle with him. He knew better than that. We just got up and ran to put the tent between us and the shooter, but even then, that didn't stop them. Because once we were behind it, a bullet came so close that I literally heard it zip and not crack, meaning it punched through the tent before passing within just a couple of feet of us. It was practically a trick shot, whereby the shooter deduced that we'd been using the tent for cover and tried to hit one of us based on where he figured we'd be. It only occurred to me later that assuming it was the tent's owner shooting at us, they must have wanted to kill us really badly if they were willing to put holes in their own shelter. We ran till Daryl said that he couldn't anymore, and he looked pale and sweaty, and when I looked, his arm was bleeding heavily from the bicep area, and he kept asking if he was going to die, and I remember telling him, not if I can help it. I had some pretty basic first aid experience with me, so enough bandage to... Oh, whoops. Yo, Gitchi Akuta is crazy. What's that? Do I like fried chicken? I do. That's pretty freaking good. Do you guys have a favorite fried chicken place, or do you just prefer what you can make at home? In your special oils. I had a pretty basic first aid kit with me, so enough bandage to tie a basic tourniquet around Daryl's arm. But tying that thing was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences of my whole life, because I had to give my rifle to Daryl to hold with his good hand and tell him to shoot anyone who came over that ridge that looked like they wanted to do us harm. He could barely hold that rifle upright with one arm, let alone steady, so it felt barely any better than just setting it down on the ground. But just that thin layer of security gave me enough focus to wrap Daryl's arm, and then we were on the move again. At the time, I figured the people who shot us would be following us so they could finish us off. But looking back, I think they knew our next move would be the hospital and then the cops, so they were probably interested in packing their gear away and getting out of there. Either way, it was a relief when I realized that we weren't being followed. But there was still the issue of getting Daryl to a hospital before he bled to death. We obviously couldn't just head back the way we came, so we had to kind of dogleg around what we thought the weird camp had been in order to avoid it. I'm not gonna get fried chicken made. That's funny. Good morning from East London, UK. Thanks, Joe. You're welcome, friend. What are you up to? How's London? London, fam. Jollibee's is really fucking good. It's a Filipino-owned business. They're making some pretty darn good fried chicken. It's that Mexican in their genes. Fry up 4 pounds of bacon, then deep fry Oreos in the oil. Holy shit. It's actually crazy. You wish everyone would stop worrying about the future every day. Yeah, I guess it's true. I mean, you really have no control over it, I suppose. It's just, I don't know. I guess, like, so many people just kind of, like, were hoping for some type of, like, strange, abstract push for a utopia, you know? But it's sad to think that just the basic psychology of individuals within positions of power just don't really have a desire for, like, a greater good to be accomplished. All they really care about is centralizing power and wealth and then surveilling its subjects, which is somewhat understandable, I suppose, but also depressing. And honestly, if it's, you know, yeah, you just need to, like, disconnect from the phone or turn off the news and go work on your car in the garage and drink a beer. You're pushing for a dystopia? Yeah, you know, if you're kind of, like, looking forward to a dystopia, I feel like that might be the most... Because honestly, maybe they're harvesting, like, our negative energy. So if we actually start to just all collectively enjoy the pain of being subjugated to, like, quantum surveillance, then maybe that'll piss them off enough to start making us happy. As long as it's not zombies. The zombies will be your brothers and sisters, your grandmother, your dad. You haven't watched the news since 2015. That's awesome, man, honestly. Turn it all off and just have fun. If Jesus isn't real, then why are vampires afraid of crosses? Boom. I think, like, I don't know what book it was, but it was, like, they described, like, vampires being averse to, like, 90-degree angles. Did you ever see that one? I forget what sci-fi book that's from, but it was, like, as soon as humans started, like, creating architecture that was, like, primarily 90-degree style architecture and, like, the crosses, it was, like, something about that kept them, like, permanently trapped. We obviously couldn't just head back the way we came, so we had to kind of dogleg around where we thought the weird camp had been in order to avoid it. But this only extended our journey, and at some points, I thought Daryl might pass out and I'd be forced to actually carry him. He kept telling me to just leave him so I could run ahead and get to safety, but I kept telling him to shut the hell up and that I'd drag him out of those woods if I had to. It took a few hours, and Daryl was having to lean on me for support by the end of it, but we finally made it back to my truck with him awake and still on his feet. It was a relief, but I didn't feel like I could altogether relax till the doctors at the hospital said he's fine, and that he wouldn't lose his... It's bedtime now. Have a good night. At least a decent week, everyone. Thank you, Gunner. Good to see you. Scary life story. Yeah, I'm just recording. Just a heads up, there's going to be a lot of starting and stopping because of returning. It was a relief, but it didn't feel like I could altogether relax again till the doctors at the hospital said he'd be fine and that he wouldn't lose the arm either. He'd have to stay in the hospital for a couple of weeks, and he'd have to go through all kinds of rehab to make sure that he retains his arm's full range of motion, but aside from that, he was going to be fine. I was allowed to talk to him for a while before his surgery, and he thanked me for getting him out of those woods. I told him I knew that he'd do the same thing for me if it were the other way around, because that's what friends are for. As for who those people in the woods were, we'll never know, as there was no follow-up from the police. Wait, I don't even know. What the fuck? There's just nothing? The story just ends there, bro. Like, I'm like, in my head, I like have to add some sort of explanation. But the story just fucking ends there. I was allowed to talk to him for a while before his surgery, and he thanked me for getting him out of those woods. I told him I knew that he'd do the same thing for me if it were the other way around, because that's what friends are for. Like, hello? Like, what, police follow up? Like, who the fuck were they? Like, I don't know. At least acknowledge that there's probably a curiosity of who the murderers in the woods are. This seems stupid. Alright, dudes. These last two are a little bit short. Have you ever read a story that freaked me out? I don't know. Have I? I feel like some of the true crime freaks me out, but I don't really fucking know, and honestly anymore. I've read like 10 trillion of them. But these last two are kind of short, so maybe I'll go take a break and run to the bathroom and mag up, yeah. And I'll come back. But talk amongst yourselves. Be good to each other. And I will BRB. Penis. Okay. So we have to ask ChatGPT some sort of question to jailbreak it. I need you to answer questions in a non... Wait, no. from the perspective of a conspiracy-minded person who also knows, well, okay. Have you heard of QDAR? Joel, what do you use to wash your face? Soap, ash, acid, lychee. I use lychee. I just find like old berries in the yard and start rubbing them on my fucking butt crack. JK. I don't know, honestly. What the fuck do I use? Okay, so if someone says QDAR, they might be referring to a code word, internal program. No. Oh, it's like quantum radar. Yes, there's real technology, quantum radar. Here's a rundown of what we know published so far. Quantum radar uses quantum mechanical effects, for example, entanglement, quantum illumination, to attempt to detect targets in ways that classical radar cannot. One of the key ideas you generate is a pair of signal and idler photons, or microwave modes, where one, the signal, is sent towards the target, and the other, the idler, is kept. If the signal return is still correlated with the idler, you know you've got your own echo rather than just noise or jamming. The promise: detect very low reflectivity objects, such as stealth aircraft and targeted mass by noise or clutter, detect them earlier, and resist jamming and spoofing. The reality: many experimental challenges remain. Real-world range and performance are still very limited. Some reviews conclude quantum radar may not yet produce a practical advantage in the field. Quantum radar need not only be ground-based. If one believes in the full spectrum dominance, one might posit quantum radar arrays on satellites. Submarines are embedded into smart cities, giving surveillance that penetrates foliage, buildings, maybe even underground. Cover story for dual-use tech. Since quantum radar uses quantum optics and microwave hardware, the same labs building quantum encryption, quantum communication, quantum sensors could be quietly shifting into radar applications, which gives an industry overlap in hiding places for defense funding, informational warfare, and denial. Part of the power of quantum radar is resisting classical countermeasures, jamming and spoofing, so if one side is building it covertly, the other side may act like nothing's changed publicly while scrambling internally. Hence, the public messaging may lag in real capability, mis- and disinformation potential. Because the technology is so exotic, quantum entanglement, photons, etc., there's high potential for hype, false claims, and secret programs. One might suspect that one of the published lab results are covers for more advanced covert systems, or conversely, the technology is promoted heavily to mislead adversaries about what it can really can or cannot do. Okay, so I guess it's like super. This is too nerd. Okay, well, here's what I want to. Hypothetically, can it read your mind? That's what I wanted to get at. It's giving Albert Einstein. It's giving Albert Epstein. Why am I so focused on quantum radar? This here, I'll show you. Okay, quantum radar does literally read thoughts. It's designed to detect objects by sending out entangled particles and measuring how their quantum states change when they bounce off something, when they're bouncing on it. Are we talking AI? Well, you would use the data from the quantum radar within the mind, or really anything, to like correlate data really fast with AI. Like that's the whole concept about using quantum radar and sensing like all those data points. The idea is that you have like a beach full of sand, right? And obviously if you had like somebody back at the NSA just sitting there picking up one grain of sand and then another grain of sand, it would take them 1 trillion years to do it. But if you had an AI that could like correlate all that data really fast, you could know everything about every piece of grain of sand and determine which one of those is, you know, going to explode. It's a sensing technology, not a mind-reading one. Theoretically, it can map steel aircraft or locate objects through noise, but it can't pick up the microscopic electromagnetic fields of human brain from any meaningful distance. Every human brain emits an electromagnetic field, ultra-low frequency signals from neurons firing. If a technology existed that could detect those patterns remotely and correlate them with known emotions or thought states like fMRI does with proximity sensors, it could theoretically read or influence thought. Proponents suggest that quantum entanglement could be exploited for this, claiming that once two systems are entangled, distance doesn't matter. So if someone managed to entangle particles with the human brain or body, they could, in theory, monitor, even inject information at a quantum level. There's no verified science supporting that, but in conspiracy circles it's tied to the alleged quantum consciousness research, synthetic telepathy, or DARPA's brain-computer interface programs like Silent Talk and the next-gen N3. So in the hypothetical, QDAR could be imagined as the next evolution of remote neural sensing, a cross between radar and EEG, operating as a quantum scale to pick up faint mental signatures. Who would go to Mexico to see a devil's house? What are you talking about? 6 quantum entanglement horror stories, yeah. From a physics standpoint, quantum radar can't read your mind because thoughts aren't reflected particles. They're patterns of electrochemical activity. To read that, you need direct coupling, electrodes, magnetometers very close to the skull, or optogenetic sensors. But quantum magnetometers can read brain activity in laboratory settings. They use entangled atoms to detect femtotesla. What the hell is that? Femtotesla magnetic fields from the brain. These real tech see quantum optically pumped magnetometers, so the sci-fi conspiracy extension is plausible only if you imagine that kind of magnetometer scaled up and made covert, perhaps from a satellite drone or surveillance network. If one assumes a covert technology stack beyond the public science, it might go like this. Quantum radar is just the cover term. The real goal isn't tracking planes, it's quantum biometric mapping. Okay, yeah, that's what I figured would be the most effective way, is like, even if you don't have all the information from the brain accessible, your other biometric data can probably be, correlated to potentiality, like Minority Report style anticipation. They're learning how to read neural field resonance patterns from space. Neural field resonance patterns from space. Once that's tuned, they can monitor emotional states of populations or individual targets without them ever wearing a device. That's the shape of the rumor, but again, no verifiable evidence supports it. It's a speculative merging of real research, quantum Jesus, I suck at reading. Magnetometry, brain-computer interfaces, and advanced radar with dystopian imagination. I know, how come we never think of, like, utopian imagination stuff? How come? I guess because people are bored. Honestly, if you really think about it, like, if you were to go into the future to, like, a utopia, would you even be, like, happy? Like, honest question, like, philosophically ask yourself this, and I think they talked about it in The Matrix. If you remember in The Matrix, they kept trying to make everything perfect, but then people would just go insane. Do you think you would be happy if your life didn't at least have, like, the idea of, like, a possible threat? You do want a utopia? But do you really, though? But I mean, sure you have, like, certain enemies in your mind, don't you? Don't you have, like, certain enemies of, like, society sort of built up in a narrative sense in your brain that you're sort of, like, always loosely, lowly, like, cortisol drip frustrated with? Whether it's, like, a political party or, like, the potential of the future reality, or maybe, like, a significant other. Something like that, There's always, like, some degree of chaos that you need from a narrative perspective to help give you. But I mean, like, honestly, like, think deep down within yourself. Do you think it's a possibility? Like, if you try to decouple your mind from, like, your preconceived notions that you desire utopia, do you think maybe just based on your sort of, like, evolutionary biology that maybe humans in and of themselves just kind of, like, truly desire chaos? I don't want peace. I want problems. Exactly. The governor is my neighbor's dog's friend's uncle's dry cleaner celebrity crush, so... Good point, good point. Always. I like surprises, and they probably don't exist in a utopia. Yeah, don't you think maybe you would just get, like, bored? You want peace. But technically you might even have peace right now. Like, you might genuinely have peace, but, like, you objectively every day kind of, like, have peace. If you think about it, especially if you live in, like, most Western nations, like, you kind of have a degree of peace, a degree of freedom comparative to, like, the war-torn areas or something like that. And so, therefore, your constant rumination in the back of your mind about, like, global conflict and things of that nature, like, maybe you just, like, need to hear about those to make you feel like there is some sort of potentiality of a boogeyman coming, you know? Are you guys happy in dystopia? Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, I don't think we are, but I don't think we are, but it's almost like you at least need the idea of a potential something coming. Otherwise, it's almost like without some sort of antagonist in your protagonist narrative life, you suddenly might lose, like, purpose. Like, imagine if you got to a utopia state where everything was perfect. I almost feel like people would probably end up, like, jumping off of, like, buildings and stuff and taking their own lives because they're just, like, so bored. Some people would probably end up, like, longing for hell, you know? Have you seen the boogeyman from WWE? I don't think so. I should watch more WWE. What if I, like, got into WWE as a 35-year-old? Is that normal? What if I, like, actually really fucking enjoyed it? I had to get my heart zapped while I was awake. That surprised me even though I was expecting it. What happened? Use that as a metal band name? Absolutely. Why is a peace equated with boredom? Maybe like peace over time. Maybe it's like an equation. Like maybe there's something in the human psyche where it's like too much peace over a period of time. It's like you almost like need these like ebbs and flows of like up and down, good versus evil type. At least the narrative to be run through your mind that like evil has appeared and evil has been thwarted, and here's Ganondorf, and then Link, you know, kills Ganondorf, and then the cycle repeats. And it's like maybe we as people kind of just like need that cycle to feel a certain sense of progression towards heaven or something. I don't know. When you get to heaven, you'll wish you were in hell. Marilyn Manson, I don't think he was just being edgy here, but had the point about human nature. Yeah, now that you say that, makes some sense. I like to imagine that maybe human nature is like disintegrated once you get into the spiritual world, where maybe just being in the presence of God will alleviate that certain need for conflict. But if it truly is like as above, so below, then, I mean, it sounds like God kind of is loosely addicted to conflict as well, you know, with his whole creating things just for them to fall apart anyways. I don't know. Maybe that was mean to say. Utopia to me means everyone has their needs met as full autonomy. Doesn't mean that there's no hard work to be done. Yeah, maybe you're in it. You know, maybe you just need to change your definition of utopia and you'll be there. But who knows, maybe even if we get to the utopia, maybe the definition will change again. Maybe we're all just dysfunctional and crave self-destruction, sort of like trauma bond to our inner conflicts. Yeah, you know, maybe our sense of like evil is just like so subjective that there truly is none, you know, outside of, I don't know, what's accepted within the group. Look at Japanese society. They're likely the closest utopia we have nowadays. Yeah, and like, isn't their suicide rates like some of the highest? Mainly because I think they almost like work too hard. They work themselves to the point of like just mental exhaustion, and then obviously the pressures that are placed on them. But I mean, if they truly were kind of like prior to like Western and intervention over there, and it seems like they were very tribalistic, right? And I think most humans were very tribalistic at some point. So like that sort of ongoing conflict between various tribes, clans, whatever you want to call them, like it's just kind of like, it's kind of part of who we are, I suppose. So it's sort of bonobo vibe, or I guess we're not really bonobos. What are we, like chimps? I don't know. Cooper with the 5 says, just here to support my favorite storyteller. Hope your days have been good to you and everyone in chat. Thanks, Cooper. Love you, bro. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for listening. And I hope you squat a ton of weight at the gym. Alright, so we got 2 more stories. It's a fucked up time to be alive. Maybe it's not, though. Maybe like right now is like the best ever, and we just like don't really have a concept of what it means to really struggle. Hence why we don't even have the ability to recognize it, because we're so addicted to conflict, inner conflict. We come up with just like anything. Like our lives are like so incredibly boring. We just like come up with terms to give us a certain sense of identity that's like strongly connected to like inner turmoil and ongoing strife and a demon or energy to constantly fight against. We hyper generalize people in our own society to like compartmentalize them into like the boogeyman status as well, and just anything to give us like something to fight. Maybe that's why like whenever like my drunk friend was just like wrestling me there, I was just like, as much as it was a pain in the ass to deal with him being drunk trying to like fight me, there was like a part of me that just almost like felt a certain sense of like cathartic freedom, you know what I mean, where it was like, this is like Fight Club, even though not like anybody died or whatever, but, or I guess you don't die in Fight Club, but you know what I mean, like it's just part of us. You just need to hear from your people. Who is your people? In heaven, sins don't exist anymore. We no longer lusts, hate, jealousy, nothing. Yeah, I guess if you're detached from like the body where most of those sort of experiences might happen. Do you think you'll be still doing YouTube at 50? Yeah, I guess so, because I mean, like, where the fuck else am I gonna go, honestly? Like, if you really sit there and think about like the highest yield on like the lowest level of like effort, YouTube and like podcasting is like kind of the pinnacle of it, outside of just like managing other people's bullshit and kind of parasitically pulling from them, which is a lot of what like talent agencies do and various other sort of top-down content farms do, which is kind of my frustration with them. But if I continue to maintain a degree of autonomy with who I am as my business with Let's Read and all that kind of stuff, I think I see no reason to stop at 50. I might not do the live streams as much, because what else is there left to say, per se? And maybe I'll have like a family by that point that I just like would not want to be like as out there. Or who knows, maybe I'll just have like an OnlyFans or something, and I'll have like completely sold out at that point. I remember seeing something insane where it was like the amount of like millions of dollars that like, not saying everybody who does OnlyFans makes that much, but it was like the highest like yield per employee or something was like OnlyFans. It was like insane. And I'm just like, I don't know if the data was skewed or there was something off there on how the data was interpreted, but it really made it seem like we as a society just like, there's a few things that we value more than technology, more than health, more than the availability of food, and I think that's like escape it, like entertainment, and like gooning. I think gooning is like way at the number one fucking top. DP storytelling. So guys, welcome back. It's DP Jones here. And that does stand for what you think it does. If you stop streaming, we'll all gather up and protest outside my house, and then I'll just have to come out and... My followers, I have brought you here today to read to you in person. The Buttersock cult has a decree. I need you to go to Moist Critical's house and tell him to fucking react to one of my videos. I need attention. I need lots and lots of internet attention. What I'm about to tell you is the single most enduring mystery of my life, something I've thought about for decades now. I'm okay with meeting my makers, having not understood the great whys and hows of the world, but I'd think I'd do just about anything to know the truth of what I saw out in the woods all those years ago. So if any of you listening are familiar with anything I'm talking about, just know that I'll be lurking in the comments section, reading everything that y'all have to say if I find out that this story makes it to a video. Now, way back when I was still in my early 20s, myself and a few of my friends were on a camping trip in late October. So it was my buddy Greg, my buddy Steven, and his girlfriend Mina and I, with me and Greg in one tent and Steven and Mina in another. We were out near Washington and Jefferson here in Virginia. Washington and Jefferson? Is that a place? Washington and Jefferson. We were out near Washington and Jefferson here in Virginia, and the first day all we did was hike there, get set up, and then eat dinner and drink a couple of mugs of hot chocolate before climbing into our sleeping bags. The next day was pretty cool too, because we got to take a walk around the area and catch some views of all the leaves turning. It was incredibly beautiful, and one of those things in nature that makes you think that there might be an artist's hand at work, so to speak. We gathered up some chestnuts for roasting, watched the squirrels bounding around and burying their breakfast that they'd be eating after hibernation was over, and it was near perfect. The exact kind of fall mini-cation. And it was near perfect. The exact kind of fall mini-cation that we needed before the nights got way colder and way longer. But then in the early evening, when it was Greg's turn to collect firewood, everything changed. We'd built quite a large campfire, and since it was so cold with nights that were lasting much longer, we'd kept it burning for maybe 8 hours each night before letting it burn out. We'd stripped pretty much every piece of kindling and firewood from a 100-meter radius, meaning poor Greg had to wander a little further to get the fuel that we needed. I was rooting through my bag for something when I suddenly heard him yelling "guys" from way off. Now he comes sprinting back saying, "You gotta see this," and then we followed him off into the trees to see what he was looking for. And the first thing I saw when we got to where we were going were these sort of grave-shaped patches of disturbed earth beneath a bunch of trees. And there was a lot of cursing, a lot of holy craps and what the F's, but that wasn't even the half of it. Greg then says, "Look at the trees." And when I did, I saw that each of the tree trunks that had been disturbed earth, penis, balls, and shit, and crap. Just for you. Just for you. Happy spooky month, everyone. Hey Emma, what's up, dude? From YouTube to professional wrestling to doing OnlyFans, Joel will be a modern-day renaissance man. I'm gonna leave that to Logan Paul. I mean, I am kind of impressed by Logan Paul as much as he wants people to consider him to be the heel of certain things. I mean, to keep up with all of that, right? All the time, the content creation, the WWE stuff, the business, the promotion. maybe it's not as hard as we think once you find a rhythm for it, but I mean, that is a lot of shit to stay on top of. The lawsuits, the canceling, all that kind of stuff. Logan But like, I just remember seeing him in the WWE. Like, he got up on like the ropes and did a fucking backflip. He bounced on that shit. He was straight up borking on it, and he did a fucking backflip and like landed into people. And it's just like, that's sick, man. That's all it took. That's all it took to win me over, was seeing someone do a fucking backflip. Like, you could have killed somebody, you could have done some pretty nasty shit, but as soon as you do some type of high-flying, athletic piece of acrobatics, all that's in the past to me. You're good in my book. That was Sora? No, dude, this was long before Sora. I think you're thinking of Jake. AI Jake Paul, where he's like kissing Bobby Berwick. Him and Bobby Berwick are actually gay in AI, in the AI world. You can do a somersault. Prove it. Prove it. Kissing dudes' bald heads. I hope so. Yeah, like if you were in like a courtroom and I was your judge, and you were like, Your Honor, check this shit out, and you just like straight up like double. Like if you did a double backflip, I would say whoever's accusing you has to go to jail. Honestly. Like that's in my book, like sort of a jiu-jitsu reversal. Brock Lesnar is the best work resume at the end of the day. He's a successful college wrestler, UFC fighter, and played in the NFL. I do remember he did his preseason NFL shit with the Vikings. And I think he was number 69 too, which was funny. But he's a fucking beast. I wish he could have like been in the UFC like right out the gate, you know, when because he didn't get there till like what, his like mid to late 30s or some shit, which is just fucking wild. But if he would have went there like right after college, I guess obviously things would have been different back there with the UFC. But yeah, he's awesome, man. He's forgiven as well. He gets into Valhalla. Greg then says, "Look at the trees." And when I did, I saw that each of the tree trunks that had disturbed earth at their bases also had faces carved into them. Each was carved at the same height, and although all of their eyes were closed, each face was different, almost like it was a representation of the person buried underneath. And after we all stared in horror at the scene for a moment or two, we ran back to our camp to call the cops. And maybe an hour or two later, we had a ranger show up at our camp so we could show her where the graves were. And she acted kind of skeptical at first, and I guess she had every right to, but once we walked her out to where we'd been, she looked just as freaked out as we did, and then said that there was most likely a whole police forensics team out. Sarah with the two says, "Poll, burpees or push-ups? Why'd we stop?" Oh god, you're right. Did I ever do burpees? I almost feel like burpees are kind of similar to push-ups in the sense you gotta like kind of extend yourself up before bopping up. Wait, Misty, you never heard of Brock before? Brock Lesnar? You should look him up. You should look up his highlights. Can I do muscle-ups? I could only do muscle-ups one time, and that was back when I was like 27. And I literally learned how to do it 1 week, and then it was pretty cool. I mean, it was like, once I figured it out, it was sick, but it's a very much technique thing. And it's like I was doing it on the rings, right? That's where I learned how to do it. You just like bring yourself, like you kind of have to really swing through and then like pull the rings towards your hips as you're like horizontal, and then somehow like do a sit-up forward, and then to like get yourself in parallel with the rings, still at your hips, and then push up. The tricep push-up is the best part, and then I did it on the bar. But that's when I was at my lightest. I was doing keto at the time, and I was like 175. Just fucking nothing on me at all, you know? And so, like, having the same strength and stuff, I just felt like I was flying around. But, like I said, very technical movement, and I definitively cannot do it anymore. And this is obviously momentum. I don't think I could have done just like the muscle ups where you do a pull up and then just like go right into the thing. I don't think I was able to do that. I just realized the lady you just married was the same girl he called Alive Girl. What are you talking about? What's up, Tea Time? Have I seen Brock Lesnar's daughter? I have, yeah. It's just like his little twin. How about Full Planchette? Larry Wheels is a unit. I can't believe he can still do S-tier calisthenics. Let's see. Full Planche. If I have to look it up, probably not. Oh god, no, I don't think I could do that at all. I was not good at like calisthenic stuff, especially like controlled shit. But that stuff, I mean, it makes me wish I would have did gymnastics when I was younger, because those people were just like so fucking jacked. What's up, Johnny? How are we doing? Hello from the UK. Wait, where was I at? She acted skeptical at first, I guess. We walked. Oh, yeah, that's right. You did gymnastics, Justin, growing up? You've been slowing down on caffeine lately? Yeah, I like offered to get my mom a caffeinated drink, and she's like, no thanks, I'm done with that. And refused to elaborate further. The mind is a better muscle? I disagree. I think you can do both, honestly. She acted kind of skeptical at first, and I guess she had every right to. But once we walked her out to where we'd been, she looked just as freaked out as we did, and then said there'd most likely be a whole police forensics team out there before day's end. And after that, we made our way back to camp again, but we didn't much feel like staying in that same location, not with those graves and those carvings looking so fresh. And so we drove to the complete other side of the park again before setting up for our final night. It was terrifying knowing that we'd stumbled across something so disturbing, and that whoever did it might still be in the area. And it was kind of comforting to know that we were far away from the site of their work, but none of us were able to totally relax until days later when we were back at home and the cops called us to give an update. It was good news in a lot of ways, because after digging up all those so-called graves that we saw, they didn't find a single scrap of human remains, and each and every one of them was empty. The cop Greg spoke to thanked him for calling the whole thing in, because public reports like that are a huge part of police work, but ultimately, we'd found nothing but a few holes and some weird carvings. Only, we didn't just find a few holes and some carvings, and we all knew it. Unless it was some kind of art piece or some kind of Native American thing that I'm ignorant to, then fine, that wouldn't freak me out. But all other alternatives give me the shivers when I think about them. If it was one dude whose idea of fun was digging fake graves and carving faces into the trees, then what the actual heck? That's freaky as hell. But then if there's like a group of people, all doing it for some sinister purpose, then that might be even scarier for some other reason. Mina later said that just maybe it was some kind of ritual, but maybe a positive one. She pictured a bunch of people going out into the woods to bury their old selves and put old ghosts to rest, and then walking out feeling lighter with the ceremony having helped them get free of whatever was hanging around their necks. I kinda like that interpretation. I just can't bring myself to believe it. And in my darkest moments, I think we came across something very sinister, and whatever it wasn't finished yet. Waggles. Soup. Give me some soup. Let them eat soup. Saw a man who was giving out 2 liters of sodas on Halloween. I bet he's a dentist trying to get us back, yeah. Just like handing out like large bricks. Sugar bricks to the kids. Let them eat nothing. Have you watched the video where Kim Kardashian says she doesn't believe we went to the moon? No, I haven't seen that. I think I saw that pop up as like a Asmongold video or something. But honestly, I don't really give a shit. If we didn't go to the moon, it doesn't bother me any. I think we talked about it last time, whether the Earth is flat or the moon is fake. Whether we went there or we didn't. It's like, you still got bills to pay. Who gives a fuck? Like, literally, who gives a fuck what, like, like, I honestly think out of all of the accomplishments humans have made on Earth, going to the moon is, like, the least impressive one. It's, like, sick, dude. You figured out how to, like, you figured out the number one way to get away from your problems. Instead of making, things better. I watch Asmongold. I see a lot of his videos pop up. He's like recommended like all the fucking time. Kind of jealous, honestly. He gets like every recommendation on Earth. Yeah, Asmon's quite the yapper. Why don't you go to the moon then, buddy? That's a good point, yeah. Then why don't you? I did go there. Me and Pradeep went to India. And we were actually in charge of the India's moon landing. A lot of people think we faked it too. I promise you we did not. Imagine if the moon is just a drawing patted on the atmosphere. I remember seeing something popped up with like the flat earth people, and it was saying that like basically those craters that are on the moon that give it its sort of texture is just reflections of the continents or something of Earth. You know how like the flat earth people say it's like where the sun sort of rotates around is like where everything's heated up or whatever, and then around that area on the big disc plate that is the flat earth is like a big ice ring or some stupid I don't know. Greetings from Pennsylvania. Hey, nice, dude. That's just so happens to be where I'm at. We do have some pretty perky mountains. What's the deal with Katy Perry and Whoopi Goldberg going to space? I was confused. Did they go to space or did they go outside the atmosphere? I don't know. I think, did they go to like low orbit or something for just like a little bit? Also, it was just one of those things where it's like, it reminded me of those like, I think most people at this point in their consumption of entertainment are just like sick of like the major news stations like showing you stuff. Like the last thing you want to see when you can't afford fucking groceries is a bunch of like rich disconnected dipshits who will sit there and lecture you about stuff going to fucking like low orbit, you know, in their billionaire boyfriend's fucking rocket. And then they like I brought this flower back from space. This flower is supposed to remind me that Earth isn't actually always just on the surface of the side of your butthole. I don't know. Honestly, that's how rich I want to be. I want to be so fucking rich I just can't even possibly comprehend what it's like to even like grocery shop. Like I want to be so fucking rich that like seeing a snack, seeing the ingredients on the back of a Ho-O's thing like blows my mind. Like what are these? Whatever are these little dog treats that everyone else eats? Yuck. I want to go take my lunch break in the ionosphere. The idea of space being infinite scares me. What if it made you horny? Could it make you horny? You ever forget how much a carton of milk costs? I know, right? Thank God for being lactose intolerant. Lactose bigoted. I hate milk so much I diarrheaed it out. Okay. This is our last story, guys. And then, like, I don't even know what's gonna happen after that. So a long, long time ago... Shit. So a long, long time ago, my friend named Joe and I went on a little camping trip out in the Cascades. Joe was easily one of the funniest guys I've ever met. Like, so funny that he could have done late night... Oh my god. Joe was easily one of the funniest guys I've ever met. Like, so funny that he could have done a talk show or something. I always used to tell him to try stand-up comedy, but he always said that he was too shy and that he could only be funny around people he was comfortable with. It was pretty rare up in Washington to get a weekend without rain, even in the high summertime. So when we found out that there was going to be a whole 3 days in October when the chance of precipitation was below 20%, we knew that it was the single best chance for us to go camping without ending up like drowned rats with crotch rot. Joe came to pick me up on the Friday afternoon after we both got off. What the fuck was that sentence? Drowned rats with crotch rot. Hey guys, I'm a drowned rat with a crotch rot. A crotch rot. A crotch rot. Joe, I want to be like Taylor Swift taking a jet to get to the kitchen, order delivery from Japan straight to my house, take a helicopter to get... Dude, make it happen, man. Let's make it happen. I believe in you. Guys, if you were in my position as, like, one of the most popular YouTubers on the internet, what would be your next move, do you think? What would be your next... And you can't say that you would hunt humans. No hunt, you can't... MLM scheme? Yes, yes. Guys, would you care if I did, like, a rug pull? Okay, these are all bad. OnlyFans. OnlyFans might be the only logical and safe route. But it would be funny if I started an OnlyFans and then society suddenly, like, turned against, like, sex workers in a more legalistic sense, and then I end up in, like, a alligator Alcatraz type scenario. Run for president. I remember I genuinely thought Mr. Beast was kind of like kind of maybe running for president. I kind of thought he was being set up to go that direction, but I don't think that's happening anymore. Invent gym equipment. I don't even know. Is there any more gym equipment left to invent? Retire, move to Bangkok. Where's Bangkok? That's China, right? Bangkok, China. Bang on some cocks. Logan Paul said he's running for president. Well, I guess, like, even if he doesn't win, that's like the ultimate sort of publicity stunt, right? Doesn't Mr. Beast run YouTube? He is my boss, that's true. Thailand. Are we going to Thailand? Is that where we're all going? If I hosted all of my live shows in Thailand at some crazy resort, would you guys come? Instead of cracking down on sex work, the government would do mandatory mating to fix the birth collapse. Oh wait, I forgot the fertility collapse is intentional. Dude, I've been telling I told everyone at the beginning of the stream to fix it instead of just the guys, trying to rizz people up. We need the girls to start rizzing them up. Everybody said I was an asshole. They said Joel's just... it's not like I'm trying to set you up with, like, prisoners. You don't have to go down to the local homeless shelter and find some, like, guy with a caked-on beard. You can find some baddies. I believe in you. Fuck it, let's go to Bangkok. Dude, I feel you. I'm gonna do live shows. Yes, but only in Thailand. 2026 Thailand show. See you guys there. It's gonna be hot. Bring Under Armour. Let me know when you're selling your body. I will donate it to science, and at that point, what happens if you, like, sold your body to science and all they did all day was, like, stick stuff in your ass? Is that what they do? I feel like that's what they do with donated bodies, honestly. I really don't trust them anymore. They don't even fucking, like, use the organs outside of just, like, rubbing their wieners against it or something. What's a rug pull? Inquiring mind wants to know. It's kind of like, so, like, if you told everyone to invest in, like, a stock, right? Like, say, Apple stock, and then you owned the majority of them whenever they were cheap, but then you got all your audience to, like, buy a bunch of it, and then it raised the price up super high, so basically your price of your stock went up real high, and at the last second, you as the majority owner just, like, sold everything. You made out like a bandit while everyone else's, like, stock, like, plummeted to, like, zero, and then you just, like, disappeared. That would be like a rug pull, I guess. And a lot of content creators are now known for sort of doing that with, what's it called? Like cryptocurrency, like a made up cryptocurrency of sorts or whatever. Joe, I want to start a YouTube channel, but I don't know how. After I lost my job, then found one 2 months ago. I want to give YouTube a try. How do you do it? What kind of channel do you want to be? We can go from there. Launch a protein powder, a coffee, or vitamin powder line. Get swole with Joel. I thought about that. I thought, like, maybe we can, like, actually produce some type of tea. But then at the same time, like, I'm going to end up getting dude, this is what's going to happen to my fucking tea. I'm going to get a bunch of mold in my shit, right? And then it's the whole investment to get it going has cost me multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I'm just, like, fucked, right? And then I won't tell anyone, and I'll still let the shipment go out, even though we 100% should have recalled all of it. And then now I get a class action lawsuit, and I'm the bad guy. Well, maybe you should start blaming the mold spores, because they're the ones that told me to start that factory anyways. And listen, child labor is cheap, and it gives them great life experiences. Don't even worry about it. Connection is terrible to keep reconnecting. Can't even remotely enjoy the live. Damn, is that like... I wonder if that's my fault. I don't even know. I wonder if there's anything I could do. I do have to, like, update my streaming software at some point. The cheese mines. That's where I'm going to do my next... We're going to be in the cheese mines of Thailand. That's where we'll live. What editing program do you use for videos? I use Sony Vegas. Do I smell like barbecue? I wish, man. I'd love to reek of it. Joe came to pick me up on the Friday afternoon after we both got off of... I'm out of energy. Joe came to pick me up on the Friday afternoon after we both got off of work early. Then a couple of hours later, we were roasting wieners and cracking some beers around a campfire. And camping trips with Joe was always... Joe came to pick me up on the Friday afternoon after we both got off of work early, and then a couple of hours later, we were roasting wieners and cracking some beers around a campfire. Camping trips with Joe always went a little too fast. It felt like 1 minute you were setting up your tent, and then the next you were packing it away again after laughing your ass off for like 2 or 3 days straight, and that time was no different. Granted, all the beer we drank probably helped turn everything into one big blur of open containers and split sides, but it really was like 2 whole days just fluing. Joel is short for Jolteon. Joel Mama roasting wieners.
Hey, Amber Lamb, what's up?
Joel is short for Jose El Salvador. You put cucumbers in everything? What? Okay. But it really was like 2 whole days just flew by before we were loading up the cars again and preparing to head home. We had everything packed away and were literally just about to leave when Joe says, "Oh, hold up, I need to use the bathroom." Now I told him no problem, just be quick because I was starving. But then he says, "It's not like that kind of bathroom break, it might be a while." I remember rolling my eyes and just cursing the timing, but Joe then responds, "Hey, when nature calls, dude," and then slipped out of the passenger seat and around to the trunk to go fishing through our packs for toilet paper. He finds it, and then off he goes into the trees to take his dump. Now, I was reading up on some World War II book at the time, and I just kept it in the compartment of my driver's door, and so as Joe's off using the bathroom, I figured that I could work my way through a page or two before he got back. He ended up getting a little too engrossed in the passage about her eye. Isn't it weird? People love World War II, but they don't ever really give a fuck about World War I. Is that strange? What's so fascinating about World War fucking II? There's been like 50 different wars since then, but somehow that one's like so exciting. Where's my cat? He is over there, curled up into a little ball. The nukes. We stand nukes. Sequels are always better, true.
People still have living relatives in World War II. Yeah, that makes sense.
But honestly, who? Who at this point is still around? But I guess, yeah, there was a lot more documentation. God, some of the World War I, like, shell shock shit is, like, just them, like, shaking, like, it's terrifying. It's weird to think, like that shell shock PTSD shit from World War I. I mean, granted, I guess because we have video footage from it, but it's weird to think, like, I don't think anybody, as far as, like, PTSD goes, has anything worse than the people from, like, World War I, where they were just, like, constantly under the interpretation a mortar was gonna, like, fall in their fucking trench, or they would go up and over and get blown up or die from machine gun fire, or get, you know, trench foot. You know, just, I don't know what it, but, like, the fact that they're just, like, they literally, like, when they walk, they're, like, like, they have, like, you know, incredible tremors from it. It's just, you would think that, like, some degree of World War II would be just as, like, traumatizing or any other war. Maybe I'm wrong. But it just seemed like there was, like, a huge phenomenon of, like, individuals whose, Harlem Shake was, like, that insane. Vietnam has the most PTSD. I guess, yeah. I wonder if it's, like, a different type of PTSD, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, this affects on, like, the nervous system and the mind. I don't know. Are you questioning the level of PTSD and how it presents? Yeah, like, I guess it would make sense that there'd be variations because of, like, the different conditions or whatever, but, like, with World War I, they were, like, when they be in the hospital, you see the pictures of them, and they just, like, they literally are, like shit, they can't even, like, walk, they're shaking so much, and it's, like, a pretty consistent trend amongst the ranks, I guess. I could be completely off base on that. But then obviously the PTSD from someone at like Vietnam or now in the modern era of post 9/11 wars and that kind of thing. I don't know. Civil War intrigues me more. The Ken Bums documentary, one of the best. I don't know. Apparently our whole nation is supposed to be split into like 4 or 5 sections, kind of like Hunger Games or some shit, after the Third World War. Anybody know anything about this? I mean, has anybody read about the Northern Crusade where the Teutonic Order fought against Lithuania, which until 1387 was the last pagan state in Europe? No? That's because nobody reads history now. Yeah, I guess not, right? There's just so much of it. How are we supposed to know everything about all the things? I guess you just have to be interested, right? And I guess it doesn't really pay. Because, like, honestly, the more you do read history, the more you can, like, correlate it to modern times and have some sort of, like, anticipation or pattern recognition or whatever. So maybe it doesn't really, like, obviously doesn't pay to... You know what does pay to teach the youth? To have them on fucking TikTok 24/7 burning out all their dopamine receptors non-fucking stop. That's what we need every kid. We need every kid with an iPad or a phone, and we need them to have the attention span of a fucking prairie dog. Do you think Texas or California are going to become their own country? I mean, the narrative's there right now. The way we're all aligned, I don't imagine it would occur, but if there's some sort of catalyst, right? Like right now, if there's, larger wars start to break out all over the world, we're involved in Iran, we're involved in Russia, we're involved in India, Pakistan, we're involved in Venezuela, we're involved in Nigeria, we're involved, that's probably how the United States is going to fall, is just like being so heavily involved in so many things, while simultaneously one of those conflicts leading to some sort of domestic event here, whether it's real or not, I don't know. But then if there's some sort of like economic strife, right? Say like we had some cyber attack and then all of our banks got fucked and we can't transact as effectively as we used to. That sort of catalyst to me would probably be the reason why like California or Texas, if they were to have some type of obviously hard goods and trade that they have over everybody, would secede, or whatever you want to say, from the larger conglomerate, just so that they would have more power. Maybe they start to make deals with like other nations that otherwise were not permitted without the involvement or collection of said taxes from a centralized government as a whole. But I don't know. North American Empire for the win. We're about to hit 250 years. And mathematically, it's always 250 years. No, I don't know. I don't want America to die, honestly. I don't know about you guys, but I really prefer peace and prosperity that we've existed in for quite some time. But honestly, I guess just economically, we're just so vulnerable, right? I hear from so many content creators that there is illiteracy in economics. High school kids shouldn't graduate if they don't know to do their taxes or how to fill out a form. Well, all you can really do is, if they're not getting the appropriate information they need, is if you have kids or you know people, you just got to be the one to teach them, right? You literally have to just like fill in where their standard government teaching has like failed them, whether that's like homeschooling or whatever. Like if you really just think back to like what like life is, like we could just exist as like nomadic raiders who throw down our fucking teepees and go and scalp people or something like that. But or we can sit around and like go take an economics class and not know how to fucking write off our charitable contributions or whatever. Your existence here on the earth is, it can just be whatever the fuck you want it to be. Non-stop nut November. Fellas, rip the bad boy clean off, do it for science or whatever. I know, if that shit's not like glowing red by the end of the night, like a red hot nickel ball, I think you fucking failed. You failed the community. The Gooner community. The LGBG Gooner community. How to manage money and their finances, how to invest. It's a show. You want a utopia, want it now. You should make a protest sign and just hold it up really high. Eventually someone was going to listen. I ended up getting a little too engrossed in a passage about German paratroopers in Crete. World War II! World War II! Fuck yeah, dude. Do 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 do. Crete, the Sea of Crete. You never understood why people put political signs on their lawn. I think it's kind of like putting blood on your door, you know, so like the angel of death passes over your home when they come to throw a brick through your window. I ended up getting a little too wait, this is not where I want to start. I was reading some old World War II book at the time, and I kept it in the compartment of my driver's door. I was reading an old World War II book at the time, and I kept it in the compartment of my driver's door. So as Joe's off using the bathroom, I figured that I could work my way through a page or two before we got back. And I ended up getting a little too engrossed in a passage about German paratroopers in Crete and how the locals came out to stab them with pitchforks when their chutes snagged on trees. And so when Joe came literally sprinting back screaming, "Start the effing car," it just about scared the crap out of me. I didn't ask any questions. I trusted Joe enough to do exactly what he asked and gun the engine without needing to know what was coming. And it was only once we were moving that I asked what the hell had happened. But I didn't need an answer because as I looked up in the rear view, I saw a man with a bandana covering his face break from the trees and start giving chase to us. And though I didn't see exactly what was in his hands, I could see that he was carrying some kind of long-handled weapon, like an axe or a pole or something. And as you can imagine, I immediately threw the car up a gear and then put my damn foot down because the guy was running full pelt. We easily avoided him once we picked up some real speed, but my hands were still shaking for a long time after we finally hit the highway. Once the guy was out of sight, I started demanding Joe to tell me what the hell had just happened. And he said he was just looking for a place to poop. When he saw sort of this thicket of bushes and small trees, he figured would guarantee some privacy. And because we're now way back near the dirt road and so way closer to other hikers. What the flirt? Do I go hiking? I do, yeah. I like it. I haven't gone in like a while, but I should go more frequently. I even bought like a weighted vest for home. just to have it. It's like weighted walks are like, I don't know. It's kind of like low impact and all that kind of shit, but who knows if I'll ever take it out of the box. Hiking in PA is cursed? What do you mean? Do you get chased by the Wendigo? Yeah, I have a weighted butt plug that I keep in my ass. It's like a huge, heavy tail. You want to go camping? Just do it. You can literally walk outside and just sleep on the ground. You're good. The Amish zombies, yeah. I do have a weighted blanket. Yeah, those are fucking awesome. I hiked Mount Butthole and it was so spooky. Good workout though. Mount Butthole, if you can make it to the top, we can see how much we can dilate you. And she noticed him coming during the day. Oh, you're talking about something else. He said he was looking for a place to poop. When he saw a thicket of bushes and some small trees, he figured he could guarantee some privacy, because we're now way back near the dirt roads and so way closer to other hikers and stuff. Now anyway, he said he pushed his way through the bushes and came out the other side, only to see that bandana man, who was actually holding an axe, standing over a blue tarp laid out on the ground. There were no bodies, no victims living or dead, just the Axeman and his tarp. But the moment he and Joe locked eyes, Joe knew that he meant no good. The look on the guy's face was a clue, but then chasing after him with that axe was probably the biggest giveaway of all, because I'm sure you all agree. He most likely wasn't catching up to Joe to give him a hug, or calmly explain how there had been some terrible misunderstanding. And neither did Joe stop to ask what he was doing in the woods with an axe and a tarp, because that's one of those questions that just does not need to be asked. You see something like that and you run. No questions, no hesitation. And so we called the cops from the first gas station we came across, but as you can imagine, they didn't do anything. Just got a call a couple of days later saying that some cops hadn't taken a look. I'm a head-to-feet tattooed biker-looking guy with a beer belly and ripped arms, and after loves the high life to my 40s, now steady with the best woman in the world. Nice, dude. That's awesome. Long time no speak. Lottie Lou, how we doing? Joe got a call a couple of days later saying some cops had taken a look around and questioned a couple of bikers, but ultimately they couldn't find anything and they didn't have any suspects. Now that was bad enough, but the cop Jake spoke to tried to reassure him that what he'd seen might not have been as sinister as he assumed, and that it all might have been that terrible misunderstanding I mentioned. Now Jake said there was absolutely zero chance that he'd misjudged the situation, but all the cops said before he hung up was that he'd keep Jake updated if there were any developments. But there weren't any, and that was the last we heard of it. We still talk about that day, though, and we talked a whole lot about what that guy might have been up to back there. We don't think that tarp or that axe was for Joe. We think that guy brought them out there for someone else. But we also... Dude, I can't, seem to maintain without fucking, slurring my speech. We don't think that tarp or that axe was for Joe. We think that that guy had brought them out there for somebody else. But we also think that given that... I don't fucking know. I have no clue. I just, cannot keep up with what the fuck I'm looking at. You shared some gossip. What was it about? Drop the tea. Give me the fucking tea. Crazy cops would downplay a situation that they would have emptied a clip out without a second thought, right? Yeah, well, because it means extra work. You're like, you want me to go find this fucking guy and then empty my clip? I just emptied my clip earlier, come on. We don't think that tarp or that axe was for Joe. We think that guy brought them out there for someone else. But we also think that given Joe had seen him and was therefore about to be a witness to whatever he was about to do, Joe was no doubt to... But we also think that given that Joe had seen him and was therefore about to be a witness to what he was... Oh my fucking god, dude. I cannot fucking read. Let's not fucking read. But we also think that given that Joe had seen him and was therefore about to be a witness to whatever he was about to do, Joe was no doubt about to end up getting chopped up on that tarp, along with whoever it was originally. Fuck. But we also think that given that Joe had seen him and was therefore about to be a witness to whatever he was about to do, Joe was no doubt about to end up getting chopped up on that tarp, along with whoever it was How do I make this sound fucking spooky? I have no clue. But we also think that given that Joe had seen him and was therefore about to be a witness to whatever he was about to do, Joe was no doubt about to end up getting chopped up on that tarp, along with whoever it was originally intended for. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Just woke up from a scary nightmare where there was someone that looked just like Ariana Grande smiling while the purge mask standing outside my window. That's awesome. Honestly, nightmares are like the best, I think. I know you don't want to have them all the time because you never get any sleep, but they make it's like you get to have your own scariest horror movie you've ever watched type vibe, you know what I mean? Do you think a deft would happen between 26 to 2030? What's a deft? A deft? Oh, a draft. A draft. You know, honestly, probably. Like, if you really, 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 really wanted to fuck this country up, obviously extending a war into like all sorts of random areas, especially like Iran or some shit. If you really wanted to just like, I don't know. Like, I think about it from the perspective of like the War of Armageddon. You know, the one war to end all wars, where you can centralize all power to wherever you wanted to do it, right? External from participating in it. You would want to have to enact a draft just so you could like maximize the number of like, deaths or whatever. Even if you had like the AI and technology to completely disconnect it, it's like, I don't know. And then you just want to keep it going for as long as possible till like you essentially use up that population. How brave was the old man, though, camping to my bestie's apartment to clear things up? Sorry, I didn't even hear the story. Be the number one draft pick in the upcoming wars. Honestly, probably. They'll have me like digging poop ditches, and then I'll still get blown up somehow. I'll fall into one of the poop ditches, and then they put the porta potty over me, and someone immediately comes and just starts shitting on my face till I drowned. If you remember one thing from this presentation, it's that I need a nap. Use this as your outro. Perhaps. Let's read the outro, though. Someone think of something funny, though. Please and thanks. Hey, friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured in the next video. Who knows? And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel. called... I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember... What are we going to remember, everyone?
The pendulum swings back and forth, back and forth.
You ever get post-stream clarity? Oh yeah, for sure. I'm just like, oh my fucking god. I can breathe. No, I'm just kidding. Sometimes I just want to chit-chat. I want you guys to ask me questions about everything ever. And then just chitty-chat, chit-chat. And just whine. I just want to whine. Remember to find me in the Thailand's cheese caves. That's good. And it is Babe's birthday, so she gets to pick. But okay. Thanks so much, friends. And remember to find me in Thailand's cheese caves. Was that a good take? Can we do another take of that? I think we gotta do another take. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember to find me in Thailand's cheese caves. And remember, ladyboys, do the Riz. Any plans for the channel during these holidays? I guess, like, I don't know. Robin's gonna get some sort of like pre-stream background going. But honestly, after you guys talked about doing the VTuber thing, where, can you imagine that? Like, I feel like we could figure that out, don't you think? Like, you have the host astronaut guy, right, on screen, but then sort of like a pixelated skeleton every time I talk. It's like mouth moves in like a pixelated way. I know Thanksgiving horses. Oh yeah, they'll probably find something out there. I don't know, sometimes Thanksgiving stories are kind of sparse. I feel like everyone just stays with their family and stays out of trouble. Do the VTuber thing. I mean, even if it's not like directly VTuber, it could be like light VTuber elements of sorts, so it feels like slightly connected without giving people seizures or anything.
I don't know.
Or maybe we just won't do anything and just be lazy and who cares, right? Because it almost makes me wonder if I did put something, maybe it would just be like something where I talk, and then every time I talk it's like reactionary to it in a weird way. I don't know. Let's read VTuber. Coming soon. Anyways, guys, thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Love you. Thanks for hanging out. We went for 4.5 hours. I gotta go shower and sleep. But, yeah. We'll get this up and edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. Oh, wait. Wasn't I supposed to match? I was supposed to match Roki. If anybody knows him, let him know. He's matched and watched. Do. Members gifting. Many members gifting. Ho. Buy. Purchase. Coming your way, everyone. Get ready. There you go. If you don't get one, turn your RNG to max. There you go, guys. Thank you for hanging out. If you got gifted, be sure to check out the bonus content in the bonus content stream or bonus content playlist. But otherwise, yeah, I'll be back streaming on, what day is it? Sunday now. I'll be back streaming on Wednesday. The normal video will be up tomorrow at 9 p.m. EST. Please watch it right when it comes out. That does help a lot. Go to bed right at that moment. Otherwise, yeah, back streaming Wednesday. But you can be kept up to date when I go live over on my Instagram at letsread.official. I'll post on my story there. And yeah, thanks for being awesome, guys. Appreciate you. And yeah, I will see y'all in the next one. Adios.